House adjourn early in preparation for the address. Pay attention. The President is coming on Friday in the morning. Normally, the place has to be prepared for the President. If we sit in the afternoon at 2, by the time we leave the chamber, it will be difficult for the clerks and his team to prepare the place for the President's visit on Friday. So we will sit at 10 a.m. on Thursday so that we can adjourn early and then leave the chamber for the clerk to prepare the place for the President. So sitting is 10 a.m. on Thursday, 26th of February 2026, and all members should take note of that. Referral at committees. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee is once again publishing the backlog of referrals before committees and urges leadership of committees to prioritize and expedite consideration of the referrals and promptly report to the House in accordance with Order 2674. In view of this, Mr. Speaker, an updated breakdown of pending referrals at committee has been attached for the attention of leadership of the respective committees. A total of 294 referrals have been assigned to 24 committees for consideration and report to the House. Mr. Speaker, a committee has proposed a joint caucus meeting on Wednesday, 27th February 2026 to discuss pertinent issues of concern to honorable members. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Order 2162 and subject to Order 67, the committee submits to the House the order in which the business of the House shall be taken during the week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, a business statement is ably presented by the chairman of the Business Committee. The floor is now open for comment on the business statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me have the singular honor to commend you. Your fugu is spot on. Your hat is properly worn. An indication that you are a true grandson of the Yana. You have been properly taught. And I think colleagues should take a cue, especially my classmate, the Deputy Minister for Agri.
But, Honorable Habib, why are you referring to me as a grandson instead of a son?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I think last time you were saying you were a grandson.
No, I'm a son of Yana. Am I not older than some of his children?
So, Mr. Speaker, the way you address, even if you want to say you are a cousin to the Yana, it might be accepted.
You are still reducing my status.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, the way you address, even though you are seated, anybody who chants you will conclude that you are a true grandson.
True son.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, true son.
Yes.
Of the Yana.
Yes.
And you are spot on. And yes. I know that you are spiritually fortified on so many things, the way you address. And yes. Mr. Speaker, I was only saying that members should take a cue from the way you address, especially my classmate, the Deputy Minister for Agri, Honorable John DeMello.
So,
that take you from the way the Speaker is
Habib,
dressed.
is that your comment on the business statement?
Mr. Speaker, I just let me comment you on the way you address. But Mr. Speaker, on the business statement, I want to draw the majority leaders' attention to the page is not mentioned, page 5. Mr. Speaker, on page 5, that's on Friday 27th, you only mention a roll call message on the state of the nation, questions and motions and comments. And I want to draw his attention to Standing Order 71.1. And Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 71.1 states that every Friday, the chairperson of the Business Committee shall present to the House a statement on the business arranged for the ensuing week. On Friday, we can't see anything about business statement on that day. And the Standing Order 71 mentions specifically Friday, but we can't find it on the statement. And even if it is not on Friday, Standing Order 71.2 says where the first sitting of the meeting preceded Friday, the statement on the business statement arranged for the remainder of the week, where possible, shall be presented on the day of the commencement of the meeting. So, Mr. Speaker, just so that the majority leader and the chairman of the business committee will take note
Rosemary,
of.
you're welcome.
Take note of that. Majority Leader, last Friday, I raised a matter that the issue arrangement of the minister responsible for finance, the minister responsible for agric, and the CEO of Cocoa Board, so that members will be briefed on the policy announcement by the minister. You indicated that you will make that arrangement for the minister to appear. The week is ending today. We haven't heard anything from the minister with regards to he briefing the House with regards to the cocoa prices. And yesterday there was demonstrations in the country with regards to the same thing. And also this morning I chanced a statement from the Catholic Bishops' Conference calling on the government to actually look at the price. So I don't know, Majority Leader, if why you gave your word that the minister was going to be arranged and why the minister hasn't been arranged. And Mr. Speaker, if it is the wish that you just answer the question and you don't want this matter to be addressed, Majority Leader, you should give it a lot of attention. A lot of farmers are going through a lot. Very soon, students will be dropping out from school because their fathers cannot pay their school fees because they are cocoa farmers. People are cutting down their cocoa trees. So if, because of the words you gave us, we believe that you were going to arrange the minister to appear before the House. The minister haven't appeared before the House. People are suffering. People are not happy with what actually is going on. So if you will be making arrangement for the minister to appear.
Habib, you are a senior member. You know that matter statement has been made. Within same week, comment were taken on the statement by the House. So same week, this cannot be a subject matter of comment on business statements.
Mr. Speaker, when I raised the matter, the majority leader and the leader of government business, my request was the minister responsible for finance, the minister responsible for agric, and the CEO of the Cocoa Board. That was my request. The majority leader gave his word that he would try and convince the minister to be present to address this matter. It hasn't been done, and nothing has actually happened. And I'm just drawing his attention why it didn't happen, and if it's still part of his plans to program him.
With all due respect, you are out of order. Yes. Honorable Kinsley Nyako, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thanks for indulging me. Reading the business statements, I want to pat the back of the Business Committee for the statements. My issue has to do with the fact that we have a lot of questions that are behind that we'll not be able to ask, and also with referrals to committees. But in this statement, we are going to adjourn early on Thursday, even though we sit at 10 a.m. on Thursday. We are adjourning early also on Friday. My suggestion is that, if possible, leader of the House, and leader of the chairman of the business committee, if on Wednesday we can also sit early at 10 so that we can deal with a lot of the issues that are outstanding. Otherwise, if we all start at 2, it's going to affect progress of business in the House. This is my humble submission to the leader of the House. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru, I'll come to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I join my colleagues in commending the Business Committee for the activity schedules or programs or business schedule for the ensuing. Mr. Speaker, the first issue I would want to talk about is the issue of our statements. Mr. Speaker, I remember last week we discussed that extensively, but new formats have been proposed And I thought that the conclusion we had last week was the fact that members should be limited to 15 minutes. And then irrespective of what you want to talk about, your time is limited to 15 minutes to make your presentation. Mr. Speaker, I now see the new format about 14 font and then double spacing to be a bit more problematic. Mr. Speaker, a casual, if you like, demonstration will tell you that it will barely go beyond introduction of your topic if you are going to use font size of 14, double spacing or 1.5 spacing, and basically you cannot live within 2 pages with that particular prescription. So I would think that the leader of the House will have to look at that. I agree completely that 15 minutes is more than enough, considering the fact that we have loads of statements to be made, and 5 minutes within the standing orders of the House to contribute to same is also important. Mr. Speaker, the next issue has to do with questions. It appears there are a backlog of questions, even from the last session and also this session, directed to the minister responsible for defense. I do appreciate the point that we do not have substantive minister for defense, but the acting or caretaker minister, who is the minister for finance, should also be, up and doing and coming to this House to answer questions. The deputy can equally come. Mr. Speaker, those questions directed, I have a couple of questions I have filed, and I believe in the fullness of time they would be processed. But those matters are supposed to be issues of national security. It borders on the safety of our compatriots. So, Mr. Speaker, I would appeal to the leader of the House to consider even how to prioritize these ministers in their coming. If there are burning issues that require a certain minister to change his schedules and come, I'm sure you will be amenable to that and you will give it the needed attention. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, let me also commend the leader of the business committee, the chairman of the business committee, and members of the committee for doing a great job. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
But the other paper, is there a business for the defense minister to come and question for defense minister to come and answer?
Mr. Speaker, my understanding of the business statement is that there are activities supposed to be done in the same week and comments on same. If I found any omission of an important matter that I thought ought to have been captured, I would draw the attention of the House to same. And I'm drawing the attention of the House to the fact that...
Let me put it this way. Per the business statement, is there a program for the finance minister that the finance minister did not attend for you to use the word he should be up in doing?
Mr. Speaker, I am saying that the finance minister is the minister, the caretaker minister for defense. I am using that in the context of he having oversight for the ministry for defense, not as finance minister. So when I'm saying that, even though I know he has role to play as finance minister, when it comes to the defense of the country, the role he's supposed to play, I expect that he should be up and doing. That's the comment I'm making, Mr. Speaker. Not in respect of his role as finance minister, so to speak, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Akwasafwa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have an issue with respect to how statements are being taken in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the order paper for yesterday. The arrangement has been that I was supposed to be the third person to read a statement. This is also the order paper for today, Friday, 20th of February 2026. Here, I have been scheduled to be the fourth person to read a statement. Right, Honorable Speaker, my statement has been advertised on the order paper for more than 5 good months. 5 good months. It stemmed from last session to this session. And there has been a number of statements that have been read in this House without recourse to statements that are advertised in the order paper or statements advertised on the console. As we speak, a statement that has been advertised to be read before my statement is not a statement that is commemorative. As to how a statement that can be read at any other time has been advertised before a statement that I have submitted to this House to be read 5 months ago, I do not understand. Mr. Speaker, it is problematic. And I think that I need your indulgence to be able to support the business committee to assist us on that regard. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, members in this House, about 30% or 40% of us, are not able to work from our office. Our air conditions are not working. We can't receive visitors. We have complained over and over again, and we can't work. It's more than 8 good months.
So, Honorable Asafo, what do you want the business committee to do? Because we are now taking the business statement.
We are masters of our own rules.
We are
masters of our own rules.
I agree with what you are saying.
I am pleading.
But at the end of the day, the business committee is different from the House committee.
You know. May you allow, respectfully, today is a Friday. Give me
Is there anything in the rules that says that?
The uncomfortability of members of parliament here is an eyesore.
Honorable, we take your first point, but on this point, you know the proper thing to do.
I agree, but I'm
and
just saying
on the
that
first point, I admit questions and statements. I want to bring it to the floor of the House. That part of the problem is leadership of the House. Honourable members, throughout this week, we have taken statements that are not programmed on the order paper. We have taken statements that are not admitted and transmitted to the clerk to be programmed. We've taken statements that are not rooted through the whips. This problem will be resolved when we all begin to do the right thing. I have a cause to complain to the whips that members should be reoriented about the fact that you can send a statement for admission unless it is recommended by the whips. That is the practice I came to meet in this House. When statements are channeled through the whips, then the whips have responsibility of bringing the members together, that 5 of you are making statement on same subject matter. Let this person be the maker of the statement. The rest, reduce it to a comment. But if it is not happening that way, it means everybody will bring statement on same subject matter. Then the person who is to admit the statement will now tend to be doing the work of the whips. So if you stop treating some statements having priority over the other, I believe this issue will be resolved. We'll go by statement as programmed on the order paper, and everybody will have his turn to make his statement. Yes, Honorable Nitiwu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the business statement, I see that the leader of the House is stating that ministers of state may be permitted to make statements on government policy, and that you would also admit statements. But I'm looking at the minister of state who will be allowed to make statements. I think that, Mr. Speaker, you admitted a statement yesterday on the effect of the terrorist attacks that led to about 8 of our people losing their lives in Burkina. Next week, out of the interest of that particular matter and the interest that was generated in this House, the discussions that ensued and the conclusions, as well as the interest of Ghanaians in this particular matter, I want to find out from the minister whether he's scheduling the Minister for Foreign Affairs, who have been told authoritatively that he's now gone to Burkina for 2 days to liaise with the people there, and then the Acting Minister for Defense, whether you are bringing the two of them to Parliament to brief us extensively on what has happened, what so far they have done, especially we are aware of the fact that there's 3 survivors are in Ghana and they are being treated at 37. But what has happened to the disease? What is going on? Are they repatriating their bodies to Ghana, to the families? What is going on? How are things going to be done?
Honorable
and that kind of
Nitiwood,
stuff. Yes.
you know definitely you are violating the rules.
Thank you. But I just
don't reduce a time for comment
so
on
let
the
me take the
business
comments
statement to be making statements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm taking the comments out. I'll just fleshing out. I'll fleshing my
you know
comments.
Definitely you are not in charge of government business.
I hear you.
So leave the government business to the leader of government business.
But I want to hear from him.
So you know what you are doing is not proper.
I hear. But
I said you know because you've been a former leader of this house.
Speaker,
yes, Honorable Kwajo.
Mr. Speaker, I want to hear from him about it. But I've heard you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on item 3, the leader of government business has mentioned that His Excellency the President will address the House. And he went further to admonish members to be seated by 9:30 so that we are able to participate fully. Mr. Speaker, that brings to mind also the issue of our guests who come to join us for these events. And very often, it's the high class in society, military, diplomatic corps, etc. I want to inquire from the leader of government business whether, as has been done in the past, we are planning to bring in some of the critical parts of our society, like cocoa farmers. You would recall that the last time President Mahama was in power, Amina, the lady who was doing, I think, pork or something, was brought into the gallery. I'm wondering whether there are plans to bring cocoa farmers, etc.
You are no longer a minister in this government. So you don't have control of who should be invited or who should not be invited. Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me thank the leader. I see a great deal of effort for us to get clinical on businesses to be prosecuted. Speaker, on the business statement, then I intend to limit myself to the content of the business statement. On page 1, where we have the Works and Housing Minister scheduled to answer a number of questions. So our majority leader couldn't attend the business committee meeting. We had agreed that to the extent that the Works and Housing Minister has questions to answer within the week, then he should be accordingly be programmed to come and apprise us on measures being put in place to deal with flooding, because the rains are here. That call was made and is conspicuously missing. We want to remind the business So the Works and Housing Minister, leader, he should be finding his way here. Because he has business, so I've taken a cue. He has business to prosecute on a scheduled day. He should also be scheduled accordingly because it's a subject matter that comes under his purview. That would be my first observation. I also see the chair of the business committee providing a framework in which we should navigate how to deal with statements. And I commend leader. This is Parliament, and like any other Parliament in other jurisdictions do, we should be gravitating towards how we can get clinical and get efficient in the presentation of statement. So a framework has been given. Leader, but you have copiously referenced Order 93. Order 93. Yes, I know. But Order 92 is also an avenue for ministers, 92.1 specifically, an avenue for ministers to make statements on policy. So the begging concern is, would these framework apply in terms of limitation, font size, and all that? Would same apply to ministers who will come under 93 to make a policy statement? It's a concern we should be looking at, leader. Now, colleagues have already averted their minds to the preponderance of statements that are advertised on the order paper and are not taken. Yes, I admit that's the process. Statements are admitted by the speaker. It goes through the motion. They are advertised on the order paper. Where they remain for a long time on the order paper and they are not taken. Speaker, statement to be admitted is in your bosom. But once it is programmed, as of the last count, we have 19 statements advertised on the order paper. So we have to find a way to navigate. Those that are ready to be taken, maybe first 10 or first 5 are advertised. But when you advertise as many as 19, you give false hope to others. And then they will have a reasonable ground to speak to why their statement, the Honorable Edem, I saw 2 of your statements were advertised, they were not taken. You have grounds to raise the issue as a concern. So we can get clinical to that extent. Speaker, on the referrals, I know the leader is a bit frustrated on the referral, but we want you to help him. The communication, as we have, I don't want to sound repetitive, page 2, the leader is basically appealing to committee leadership to work on referrals that have been programmed. But that is at variance with the earlier communication. If you recall, earlier communication had been that committee heads will come under some punitive measures, where we have 294 referrals pending. Historic. It has never happened. I'm not too old in this hour, but I know this is historic. 294 referrals, and they've not been worked on. Under 24-hour economy. It's worrying. It's worrying. So, and now the leader is saying that I'm appealing to you. Earlier on, the leader has said that you will suffer punitive measures. What has happened to the call for punitive measures to be meted out to committee leaders who are not working on their referrals? That's another question. Then on the flip side of the coin, there are committee leaders who have also worked. Their reports are ready, reports are not being taken. Reports are not being, the pension scheme, housekeeping report, they are all programmed by the other people. We are not taking them. How clinical can we get? That is worrying. It's worrying. It's worrying. And Speaker, again, the committee of the whole, I've seen there's a program for joint caucus. I'm sure we are referring to committee of the whole. We should be informing the minister who is supposed to appear at the committee of the whole. Not just the notification of committee of the whole, specific notification on the matters to be discussed. They should come prepared. I am aware the finance minister is supposed to be shadowed at the committee of the whole, our friend. It's not for nothing that is one of our own is the finance minister. He should be told. And majority leader, your back is weak. Your morale is weak. Yes. Your morale, the morale of your backbench, they are weak. The morale is weak. There is no morale. Very soon you'll be left alone. You will sit in the black seat alone. So the specific notification of the finance minister on the committee of the whole meeting on Wednesday on subject matter specific, he should be told. He shouldn't come and say that I'm coming back. This is the House of Parliament. Are you happy? Speaker, DACF, it is not statutory, it is constitutional. DACF, when is the administrator coming? The assemblies are morale, the assemblies is weak. Who told you? your MC is looking for you. This DACF, morale is weak. So, you be there and be saying that. Your MC is waiting for you. So, DACF, next week, it should be programmed. It should be programmed. We won't take any excuse. You are operating under 24-hour economy. We have passed the bill to an act.
Minority Chief Whip, some matters that you have raised for a committee of the whole, should it be a joint caucus, or you still maintain it should be a committee of the whole? Because this matter has been clarified.
Speaker, I can refer you to, I didn't say, I can refer you to Order 261. And Speaker, with your leave, Order 261, amongst others. And Speaker, the most important part is the F. Any other matter referred by the House could be dealt with by the Committee of the Whole. But I am not referring to Committee of the Whole. I am referring to what has been stated in the business statement as joint caucus. But I know there has been an engagement, and the joint caucus is supposed to deal with a matter that we have agreed on. So that's what I'm speaking to.
If you are the caucus leaders and something has to be done by the joint caucus, related to what is happening now when we are commenting on the business statement.
Speaker, I will proceed. I'm guided, but I'll proceed. So DACF, I'm only rehashing the point that DACF, next week we should be dealing with that. The delay is becoming harmful. Then Get Fund. Get Fund is also a concern. We have not dealt with that formula. We have a mandate to deal with these matters, and I want to plead with the leader of government business to ASAP program these matters to be dealt with. Finally, I see 34 questions program for next week. 34 questions out of the backlog of over 300 questions. And you're programming just 34. Why? Now, the cycle in this house, when SONA is presented on Friday, 27th, SONA is presented. To all intents and purposes, we have about 2 weeks to debate. We have an outstanding about barely 5 weeks to go on recess. What the begging question is, what is the plan to dispense of this over 300 questions? 200 plus, almost 300 questions. And your program, in this house, we've been doing 70, 75 questions weekly. Why are we doing 34? Why? Under 24-hour economy, 24 questions is totally unacceptable. And there's a matter I want to raise. I want to look into the eyes of our leader, our respected leader, and say it to his face. At the business committee, the convention and practice has been, when questions are admitted by Mr. Speaker, same is ferried to the table office. It goes through the motion, and then these questions are advertised on the order paper. Now we are being told, when the questions are advertised, starting from the business statement, and the business statement is adopted by this house, then the table office would have to communicate same to the sector ministers involved. Now we are told that they have to wait to get the availability of the ministers. That is unacceptable. We have to program the ministers. Where the ministers cannot appear, they should write formally to this house. And that is what is giving rise to the situation we have now, where we have close to 300 questions that are lacking behind. We can't answer them. Some of them are out of their usefulness, and members are worried. Colleagues are worried, members are worried. They cannot make their statement. Statements have been advertised on the other papers. You cannot make the statement, you cannot ask your questions. Why? This is the Parliament of Ghana. Our oversight cannot be undermined. I insist, from henceforth, when the questions go through the process and then they are adopted, business statements adopted, same must be communicated to the ministers. Where the ministers cannot show up, they must write formally to Parliament. We cannot be treating the minister with kid gloves. As and when they wish, when I'm available, I will come. When I'm not available, I will not come. It's worrying. So I'm very worried. And you see me very emotional today because I've been following the trend. A trend is emerging. Last sitting, we received over 20 letters of one reason or the other. I cannot come. I'm attending conference here and there. I'm doing this. What is that? This is Parliament. We will not be taken for granted. So, Mr. Majority Leader, we are going to look at you with an eagle eye. Tell your minister to be available. At least the road minister is always here. What is it that the road minister will always respect this house and come and answer questions? Other ministers to take a cue. You sit in the comfort of your office and just write letters. I cannot come. I'm attending conference. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. Enough is enough. Take Parliament serious. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Kwame Aguja.
Mr. Speaker, the passion by which my very good friend is speaking, I'm wondering if he's campaigning for a certain position. This looks like a campaign kind of, it's not very usual of you. It looks like a campaign, but it's just a suspicion, but let me leave that one there. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be that this is the highest ever referrals that are yet to be treated in the House. It is true, I agree with my colleague that when we have so many referrals to committees and they are not treated or they are not taken, it makes us not effective. So I agree with him that committee leaders should do well. But Mr. Speaker, I also noticed that the time for statement regularly is 1 hour. Though the standing order says that the Speaker can extend it. But if we go and list 10 statements, if the Business Committee lists 10 statements, obviously we are not being realistic. Because we are not going to be able to take 10 statements when everybody is speaking even 5 minutes. It will take us more than 5 hours to be able to deal with those things. So maybe the Business Committee should be firm as to whether we need to program a certain number of statements only. Mr. Speaker, it's also not very accurate that colleague ministers are asked questions and they only write and to say that they cannot be here. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, I was here. A colleague asked a question. I spent time with my agencies to prepare answers. When the question was called, the colleague was not here. What about that one? So it works both ways. Yes, I'm talking about my colleague, Honorable Asenso Wachi, who wanted to talk, some clarification on the Accra-Kumasi Expressway. I prepared an answer, only to find out that my colleague was not even in the chamber. What about that one? So whilst it is important to insist that ministers are here to answer questions, those who ask the question must also be here to ask the question when ministers are here. Mr. Speaker, the finance minister is very diligent, will always be here. The whole of this week, he was working hard to pay an interest of 10 billion Ghana cedi on the mess created before President Mahama took office. The interest alone, over 10 billion Ghana cedi, he paid it this week. Ask me whether it would be more important for him to be in this house. If Ghanaians were to be asked, should the finance minister remain in this house answering questions or to go and find money and pay the 10 billion, I know Ghanaians will say he should go and find the money and pay the 10 billion. So he was actually working for Ghana. He was not sitting in the office doing nothing. He did what was important. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we should put these things in context. But my good friend, because you said this is one of the highest, 75 questions have been answered in a week. Maybe if you can help the House, which day? That is 75 questions when I was there. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll leave it like that.
Yes, let me find out for Honorable Patricia Piaget whether you want to make comment. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is true that earlier in the week, Honorable Habib approached me, and I think he raised it, that there was a need to invite the Ministers of Finance, Agriculture, and relevant agency heads for us to have a discussion on cocoa. I committed to do that. Somehow, the following day, when the minority leader arrived, he insisted on making a statement on the cocoa crisis. And again, I urged them to wait. Let me invite the two critical sector ministers to be in the chamber so that we can have a comprehensive debate on the issue and take their reports. They insisted on making the statement on that day. And I indicated that if you insist on making a statement today and we discuss it, I will see no need for the finance minister or the minister for agri to come back here again because we have discussed it already. And so we allowed them, they made the statement, and I then insisted that the finance minister had a press conference at which he read a statement to the rest of the nation. And so I was using the opportunity to repeat entirely what the finance minister has said at that press conference because it addresses all the issues that you had raised in your statement. So, Mr. Speaker, I remain convinced that in the circumstances, unless there are any new developments and the finance minister feels he should come and brief this House, every other issue has been exhaustively discussed in this House. And even though we have committed ourselves to running a 24-hour economy, we've also committed ourselves to managing our time efficiently so that we don't discuss the same thing 10 times just because you think that cocoa politics is what can help your party. I can assure you that the demonstrators, we know who they are. We know who they are. We know who the demonstrators are. We know who the demonstrators are. And we know their real motivation. We know their real motivation for demonstrating. And we know that genuine cocoa farmers know that there is a world crisis. And that world crisis is definitely going to affect their bottom line, which is the income that they will earn from the cocoa sector. And so you cannot give what you don't have, even if you promised it. Even if you promised it, you cannot give what you don't have, because what you are proposing is what you did and you collapsed the economy of Ghana. You put Cocoa Board in debt over 36 billion Ghana cedis. Over 36 billion Ghana cedis in terms of the debt that you push Cocoa Board into. All of that is the cocoa farmers' money. So we are not going to pander to those sentiments. The practical problem is there. The farmer appreciates it, and I can assure you that the farmer appreciates the solution proposed by government. On the issue of statements, yes, I think that we should copy what pertains in other jurisdictions, where we make very brief statements. And even at Conclave, we're discussing this. The other day, yesterday, we spent over an hour in this House debating whether to take a statement or not. The first statement which the Speaker rejected was 6 pages long. 6 pages long. When you come and then you make 6 pages long statements, and some of them in very fine print, you spend all our time on one statement. And so there will be a backlog of statements. So unless we accept even what the standing orders provide for 50 minutes, I think it's excessive. I've seen other jurisdictions where MPs come and in a day you can take 20, 30 statements because an event occurs in your constituency, an incident, you want to have it placed on record, and so all you come and say is that In my constituency, there was an accident, 5 fatalities, 3 injured. The accident was as a result of XYZ. The police are investigating it. I want to urge the road traffic authorities and others to take agents. You are finished. You have made a statement. You've recorded what has happened in your constituency. 1 or 2 people can make some very brief comments. Then the next person can also make a statement. But we see people come with theses instead of statements. And then they go on a presentation of, some background and etc. Who says we don't know the background? Just come and make a pointed statement about what affects your constituency so that it is on record that as a member of parliament, you have made a statement about the incident. And then the media will cover it, your constituents will see it. Now, on the issue of jumping, the queue, you are the main architects of jumping the queue. In the last 1 week, every single day that you have come to this chamber, you have lobbied for us to jump the queue so that you will make some statement that you think is politically convenient. And then you turn around and then you blame the rest of us that, we are allowing people to jump the queue. Even yesterday, you forced us. When we had started the day with a commitment that we're taking the 2 advertised statements. When we started the day, that was a commitment that we're taking the 2 advertised statements. The speaker repeated it several times. When you came, you thought the Burkina Faso incident was more politically convenient. You made us to sidestep our commitments, and we granted you the space to make a statement on Burkina Faso. Now you volunteer, you come and then you are taking me on that I allow people to sidestep the statement that is advertised. Thank you very much. We'll see whether you'll be able to get any of your statements made on this floor going forward. Unless it is advertised, we will not allow it to be taken on this floor. I think that is what you want us to do, and I will start doing that. Mr. Speaker, on the... Which other issue? On the issue of inviting cocoa farmers, Mr. Speaker, there are many cocoa farmers sitting in this chamber. There are many cocoa farmers. So cocoa farmers are with us here. Cocoa farmers are with us here. So, Mr. Speaker, cocoa farmers are always here. A lot of the people sitting here are sons and daughters of cocoa farmers. So cocoa farmers are part of us. They are always here. Many of the dignitaries that you see sitting tomorrow, many of them have cocoa farms. So don't imagine that cocoa farmers are some different category. All of us, when the cocoa prices go down, I can assure you that many members of parliament sitting on this side are also going to lose income. And I know ministers who are cocoa farmers, and I know that they also are going to lose income. It shouldn't be created, the impression should not be created that, it is only the ordinary person sitting out there in the village who is going to lose income. Everybody loses income as a result of this global crisis that has confronted us. Mr. Speaker, I think the issue of air conditioners and etc., they've been discussed extensively at the board, and processes are in place to procure the replacement of the air conditioning system. Indeed, we toyed with a temporary arrangement because we've seen that some members of parliament have also procured fans that have air conditioning facilities installed in them. And at the board level, a decision was taken that the clerk's office should consider identifying the offices that have problems and then buying the funds for them to use in the interim whilst we wait for recess, by which time we'd have finished the procurement process. And whilst we're on recess, they can, install the new air conditioning facility in the building. But the process is underway to deal with the issue of the air conditioners. Mr. Speaker, the backlog of questions, yes. If we deal with, even questions, how questions are asked, what questions to ask, which questions must be oral. I mean, Mr. Speaker, I think that it is important for us to revise the practice of automatically admitting questions as oral because the MP has indicated that he wanted to be oral. Some of the time we are just seeking information. That information can just be communicated to you by a written answer which can be advertised and then, published in the order paper so that you can have access to the information. But if we insist that every question, the minister must come and stand here and answer the questions, we are going to create a problem for all of us. And I can assure you that no matter what you do, President John Dramani Mahama will not increase the number of ministers. We will not increase the number of ministers. If you think by inundating ministers with questions, they will be forced to increase the number of ministers so that we will fail on our political promise, we will not do that. We will not increase the number of ministers. And at the same time, those ministers must also perform their job, just as he has indicated. You have left us huge debts. The Minister of Finance had to pay as a deadline the day before yesterday, 10 billion Ghana cedis. 10 billion Ghana cedis. How is he going to pay if all the time you come here and ask him questions that he thinks that do not help him to raise 10 billion Ghana cedis? So, Mr. Speaker, the ministers have to carry out their core responsibility of administering this country. And at the same time, they will come to this parliament and answer questions. And the ministers have been coming. Don't create the impression that they don't come. As we speak, the questions that we have scheduled for today, the minister was here. I mean, he sent his deputy to come and answer the questions. Sometimes the ministers come to answer questions, and then we spend the whole time engaging in politics and consuming their time. Yes, when you were speaking, you spoke and spoke and spoke and spoke. Now that I'm speaking, you are sitting there and then you are gesturing and then you are making all sort of mannerisms. I'm not speaking to the business statement. Were you speaking to the business statement? I'm asking you, were you speaking to the business statement? Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that we will not increase the number of ministers, and the available ministers will come and answer the questions as and when time permits. Mr. Speaker, I also I'm not the president, but I can tell you that we will not increase the number of ministers. The ministers will remain 60. Mr. Speaker, let me thank colleagues. Let's all try and then come next week for the State of the Nation address, and let's be punctual and let's come on time. And I believe that after that, we'll schedule the debate, but still we'll make room for answering as many questions as possible. This week, I believe Business Committee had to decrease the number for next week because we've already agreed that on Wednesday we will not sit for long. On Thursday we will not sit for long because we have to adjourn early for them to have access to the chamber. So you don't have Thursday. Then on Friday too, you won't be able to ask questions because the president is coming here to deliver the State of the Nation address. And so effectively next week, you have only Tuesday and Wednesday. So Tuesday and Wednesday, and you have scheduled 46 questions. 34 questions. So 34 questions for 2 days, it's reasonable. If you use 2 days to answer 34, if you had 4 days, how many would you answer? You will answer close to the 70 that you say should be our target. So we're only being reasonable. That we don't have Thursday and we don't have Friday. So you have to reduce the number of questions. That's how come it has reduced to 34. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members. Yes.
I think before we adopt the statement, just to remind the leader, no, I'm satisfied. Just to bring a point to your notification. You are your usual self. You blow hot and cold. It's fine. It's fine. Speaker, but just remind him on the framework for the statement. And I agree with him on the statement. As the best practices, yes, 91, when they are coming out of 91 too, what if the same framework will apply to them? That's the point I want to emphasize on. Yes, please.
Well, that's not a matter we have discussed at business committee. So I can't come and impose my own ideas. I convey what we discussed at business committee. Why? You didn't think that I'll answer you this way? We didn't discuss at business committee. So when we discuss at business committee and think that for ministerial statements, there should be a framework, we'll come and announce it. But we haven't discussed that.
Members, the business statement as presented is hereby adopted. Members, indulge me to acknowledge the presence of students from Esiama Memorial School, led by Albert Nyako, head teacher. They are from Okarikwe North Constituency, they numbered 20. We also have students from Eduman Senior High School, led by Christopher Namsakia Anaba, a teacher. They are from Efija Kobre South, they numbered 51. We also have Legacy Girls College, led by Stephen Tete, a teacher. They are from Lower Manya Krobo. They numbered 133. We also have Star Achievers School, led by Patrick Doji Aguti, head teacher. They are from Domiabra, Obom. They numbered 32. All members, I welcome them on your behalf and urge them to have a fruitful visit to Parliament. Thank you for coming. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we will take the questions. The Minister for Energy and Green Transition is attending a function with His Excellency the President in Tema, and has asked his deputy, with your kind permission, who is well briefed, to come and answer the questions on his behalf. If he gets here at one point and needs to support, he will support.
Yes, Minority Bench.
Speaker, this is what we have always been expecting. When the sector minister cannot make it, the deputy should be here. So we are not opposed. The minister is a good friend. He's one of our own. We are not
Deputy Minister, you may take the designated seats. Whilst I call on Honorable William Ntebe Tatale Sanguli, Member of Parliament, to pose the question numbered 307. Well, let's go to question numbered 308 as I request the answer to question number 307 to be transmitted to the member. I'll call on Professor Titus Kofi Beyo Lambusi, Member of Parliament, to pose the question number 307. Yes, so I direct that the answer to question number 307 be published. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I have the authority of the...
Are you Titus Beyo?
No, please.
Please resume your seat. Can you resume your seat? I call on Honorable Titus Beyo to answer question number 308. Titus Beyo is sitting on there. Is Titus Beyo in the house? You have the authority of Titus Beyo. Very well.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition when the abandoned electrification projects in the following communities will be completed: Kuntawi, Suke number 1, Nicheli, Kane, Karisele, and Kelegan.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The communities, namely Kuntawi, Suke number 1, Nichile, and Kani Kasile, form part of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition's ongoing SHEP 4 and SHEP 5 rural electrification projects in Lambusie, Kana district of the Upper West region. Installation works including high voltage, low voltage, and transformer substation has been completed at Kuntawi and Sunko number 1. However, 2 kilometers out of the 4 kilometers completed, HV line 7 Nichile has been vandalized. The 33 and 43 kV and 200 kVA 3-phase transformer 7 Nichile has been mounted and yet to be dressed. 53 number and LV poles out of the 150 LV poles have been supplied, planted, and strung. At Kani Sauli, 10 out of the 20 HP poles has been planted and strung. The 33 and 100 kVA 3-phase transformer 7 Kani and Kansere has been mounted and yet to be dressed. LV poles are yet to be supplied. The ministry is implementing a local turnkey project earmarked at completing all ongoing electrification projects in the northern Savannah and Upper West region this year, for which all the above-mentioned communities form part. This initiative is to eliminate delays associated with traditional SHEP projects. The Kilagan community does not form part of any of the Ministry of Energy's Green Transition ongoing projects. This community will be considered for electrification when there is sufficient balance on funding under the above-mentioned projects.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member, on whose behalf I ask the question, is satisfied with the response. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member, apology. Tatos has been sitting at the middle here, so I saw the Honourable Member thinking that Tatos is seated. Whilst you want to ask the question. So, Honourable Member, this is a constituency-specific question. We'll move to question number 366, standing in the name of Nelson Kofi Jaba, Karachi East. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the authority of the Honorable Nelson Jaba to ask a question on his behalf.
You see, when I sit down and I watch certain things, I wonder if members really have the authority, because he couldn't be instructing or giving authority to more than one person.
No.
So I don't expect to see more than one standing to ask the question in the absence of the member.
Mr. Speaker, he called me a couple of minutes ago, and I have the
very well.
Here.
Please proceed to ask the question.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition the plans of the ministry to connect the following island communities to the national grid of electricity: Beposo, Nyakonakwe, Achivi Copper, Tumi Copper, Sikape, and Jerusalem.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
The ministry wishes to state that Sikape, Jerusalem, and Bogede community has already been considered under the implementation of the ongoing mini-grid electrification contracts, which grants funding from the African Development Bank is expected to be completed by the end of 2026. Achivi Kope, Beposo, Nyakuma Kope have been earmarked for mini-grid electrification under the next phase of the implementation of the mini-grid program, in accordance with the National Electrification Scheme. The specific timing for electrifying this community is subject to ongoing efforts to unlock additional funds for electrification, and the House will be duly updated on the outcome of these efforts. Thank you.
Yes, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, no supplementary question.
Thank you very much. This is also constituency specific. We move to question number 652, standing in the name of Ebenezer Alumire Ndebila, Member of Parliament for Zebila.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition when stalled rural electrification projects in the Zebila constituency will be completed. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
The ministry is undertaking electrification work in 53 communities in Boku West District. A total of 703 out of 768 HV poles have been supplied, planted, and partly strung in these communities. Out of the 8,530 LV poles required, 2,586 have been supplied, planted, and partly strung in these communities. The delays in the execution of the electrification projects are as a result of shortage of some key materials and equipment, including LV poles, transformer, conductors, meters, etc. The ministry is procuring these materials, equipment, and would arrange for the release of same to allow for the completion of the electrification projects in the district. The Ministry of Energy and Green Transition expects to complete the installation works of Guzongo, Salipega, Wiga, Kunga, Ziga, Asobila, Dangunga, Zibuku, Dangunga Basic School, Dangunga Bangu, Kasongo, Sakpara, Timbelingo, Yepiliga, Bunkuro, Gozizi, and Sinda communities by the end of 2026, December 2026.
Any supplementary question? Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the Minister has given an elaborate explanation. I'm okay with it. I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Question number 390, standing in the name of Honorable Michael Kwesi Edu, Member of Parliament for Oforikrom. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, why are you shaking your head? Mr. Speaker.
Do you want me to say why?
No, don't say why.
I shouldn't say it.
Mr. Speaker, I'm just...
But you asked a question, I want to answer.
No, please, don't answer. I'm just craving on your indulgence to permit me to ask...
Please do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition how the attempted berthing of MT Marlene Armetrin outside the revised Lacan schedule occurred, and what measures are being taken to prevent such regulatory lapses and future disruptions. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
The Ministry of Energy and Green Transition has set up a Lacan Advisory Committee with industry representation that plays a supervisory role in the management of the Lacan program to avert disruptions to the program. The MPA, that is the National Petroleum Authority, since fourth quarter 2025, implemented new criteria for allocation of Lacan to bulk oil distribution and export companies, BIDEC. The co-loaded approach has ensured a more equitable allocation of Lacans to BIDEX and also dedicated Lacans for strategic supplies and the power sector.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Speaker, I would like to find out from the minister regarding the work of the advisory committee. I'd like to know the nature of the supervisory role and how effective it has been. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
The advisory committee actually has all the stakeholders, that is the BIDEC, the ministry, MPA, and even the oil marketing companies on the committee. So far, since they started working from this last quarter of 2025, their activities and their reports shows that there hasn't been any issue with their operations. So we deem it that they are doing so well since nothing has come up, no complaints have come up since they started working.
Yes, any further supplementary question?
I think I'm okay with the responses.
Very well. We now give the floor to Honorable Stanley Yao Nandaya, Member of Parliament for Wunensi, to ask question number 671. Honorable Member, you have the floor. Honorable members, in the same vein, I will ask that the answer be transmitted and published. We move to question number 391, standing in the name of Muni Mohammed Nuruddin, Member of Parliament for Narelugu Gambaga. Yes,
Speaker,
you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister of Energy and Green Transition what specific measures the Ministry is taking to solve the persistent power outages in the Narelugu Gambaga constituency.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
NEDCO, that is a distribution company in charge of the northern area, is aware of the supply challenge in the Narelugu Gambaga constituency. The current instability is primarily due to the security situation within the area, and communities along also have obsolete equipment at the Boko primary substation. Due to high security risk, maintenance teams have been unable to perform routine maintenance at the substation or along the line routes, and operational staff in the zone have been relocated for their safety. To address this persistent outage, the following specific measures are being implemented. There's a specialized line maintenance, that is, NEDCO has scheduled special maintenance, including vegetation control, insulation replacement, and the assistance of security force to reduce transient faults. There is also a new line construction. With the support of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, a 34.5 kV line is being constructed to connect Gambaga to Walwale network to improve the power situation in the Gambaga-Narelugu corridor. Construction work on this new line is currently estimated at 80%. There's also a great reinforcement. NEDCO is planning to replace obsolete equipment at the Boko substation as soon as the security situation allows for safe technical intervention. To further mitigate the challenge, the following interventions have been considered. Short-term measures, NEDCO will enhance downstream protection within the network, taking into account the extensive feeder length. This will involve the installation of auto reclosers to enable fault insulation and minimize widespread outage across the entire feeder. Implementation of this initiative is pending commitment authorization from the Ministry of Finance before work commence. The NEDCO has submitted its authorization request, and the Ministry of Finance is working on it. In the medium term, NEDCO also wishes to establish a switching station at Narelugu to provide dedicated feeder to the Bumprugu, Gambaga, and Garu station. The switching station will be supplied from the Zebula box supply points. And the long-term measures, NEDCO, in conjunction with GRICO, also wish to construct a box supply point at Nakmanduri to serve Narelugu, Gambaga, Bumprugu, and surrounding communities.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I'm satisfied with the answer.
Thank you. Move to question number 540. Standing in the name of Honorable Issa Salifu Taylor, Member of Parliament for Takwa, Nswaim.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition when the following communities in the Takwa Nswaim constituency will be connected to the national grid.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
The Right Honorable Speaker, I think I would like to mention the various communities.
Very well.
Ebusem, Esiesu, Nyamiase, Aglika, Krobofo, Ekrasi, Kwesikrom, Patahon Brenya, and Bipochu. Thank you.
Yes.
The communities, namely Ebusem, Esiosu, Nyametiase, Akleka, Krobofo, Ekurasi, Kwesikrom, Patahu Brenya, and Bepo Echir, do not form part of any of the ministry's ongoing self-help electrification program, that is a SHEP. However, the ministry has tasked its consultants to undertake engineering survey in the communities to be considered for connection to the national electricity grid in the subsequent phase of the electrification program when funds are available. I would also want to take this opportunity to urge the Member of Parliament to officially also write and request this committee so that we can add it to the ongoing considerations and expedite action on it. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. I think the Minister has to come in again because there is no timelines. It's just surprising that, of
Honorable
course,
Member, ask supplementary question.
when can the Minister indicate clearly the timelines for such projects?
Did you listen to the answer of the Minister?
Yes, I did, the Right Honorable
They
Speaker.
are now going to do engineering work. And the Minister indicated that as a Member of Parliament, you have not also requested. So put in a request.
Yeah,
so you have not put in your request, yet you want the Minister to give you timeline.
The Right Honorable Speaker, I think he said they are going to do engineering
I believe
work.
the Minister at the end of the day has even given a good
so
advice.
I just need the timelines for the engineering work, respectfully.
So, Honorable Member, when are you going to make requests?
I'll make a request next week, but he needs to tell me when the engineering works are going to be started.
We move to question number 670, standing in the name of Honorable Emmanuel K. Ntakuni, Member of Parliament for Pru West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition the plans of the ministry to expand electricity connection in the following communities. Prime, which happens to be my district capital, Abua, Ajaraja, Biposo, Faumai.
Where did you get the district capital from in the question?
Mr. Speaker, it's not in the question.
So what are you supposed to do? I call upon you to read the question numbered 670. You do exactly the same. You don't add, you don't subtract.
Speaker, I'm guided. Thank you. The next community, Faumai, Damankwanta, Abase, Konfukrum, Zabrama, Yapare, Benim, and Cherambo, Kamampa. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, respectfully, I don't have the response to this question because it wasn't part of the question that was
transmitted.
Was given to me.
Very well. We'll direct the clerk are able to transmit the question for a response coming from the minister. So kindly take note and transmit the question to the minister. The question will be transmitted and the minister will come back with an answer.
Thank you, Speaker.
We move to question number 576, standing in the name of Ohini Kwame Frimpong, Member of Parliament for Asante Achim North. You have the floor. Honourable members who ask that the answer be transmitted and published. We move to question number 591, standing in the name of Mohammed Issa Bataglia, Sisala East.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition the plans of the government to expand electricity to the following communities in the Sisala East constituency: Santijang, Benewisi, Kalakse, Nahadakui, Kapunjan, Talla, Netalo, Kwapun, Wuru, Dinduarejang, Katinia, and 7 other communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
It is namely Sadijan, Banabisi, Galazi, Nahadinku, Kapunjan, Talla, Nitalu, Kwampon, Wuru, Dindurajin, Katijenia do not form part of any of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition's current rural electrification program in the Sisala East constituency of the Upper West region. However, these communities will be considered in subsequent electrification program when we get the funds available.
Yes, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, not directly, but only to inform Minister that applications have been put in that regard, and bill of quantities too have been submitted to your office. We hope that when the funds are available, you consider Sisala East. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to question number 593, standing in the name of Mr. Mohammed Issa Bataglia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition the status of work on the Baby Esbale and Common Rural Electrification Project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
High voltage and low voltage substation and customer service works have been completed at Bawasibole. The community has been connected to the national grid with over 290 customers enjoying electricity since the year 2018. Common number 1 and common number 2, part of the ministry's ongoing SHEP 5 rural electrification projects in the Sisala East District of the Upper West region. High voltage and low voltage works have been completed at common number 1 and common number 2. Transformer has been supplied and mounted. However, 7 kilometers out of the 12 kilometers HV line 7, common number 1 and common number 2 was vandalized in 2024. Subsequently, the ministry has recently authorized the release of electrical materials required to restore the vandalized network. The ministry is implementing a local turnkey project earmarked at completing all ongoing electrification projects in the northern Savannah and Upper West regions this year, for which all the above-mentioned communities form part. This initiative is to eliminate delays associated with the traditional SHEP projects.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will want to confirm that by thanking the Minister. I think the contractor contacted me to assist in how we are transporting the release materials to the...
Thank you very much. We move to question number 592, standing in the name of Kwame Apia Konduya, Member of Parliament for Fantiakwa North.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition the plans the ministry has to support developmental projects which are in dire need of the VRA resettlement in the following communities in the Mfantiakwa North District: Dide Serakun, Onukun, and Domrase. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
A little background on the VRA resettlement program. The creation of the Akosomo Dam led to the acquisition of various sites to resettle persons who are affected. Consequently, 52 resettlement sites were created as a result of the Akosomo Dam project, which include the Dedesu, Reku, Onuku, and Dominase. On 22nd July 1996, a trust fund was executed between Volta River Authority, the government of Ghana, acting through the SWA Minister for Mines and Energy, and first trustee. The trust deeds established the Volta River Resettlement Trust Fund, and it was established to carry out social and welfare projects and other needs for the benefit of the Volta resettlement communities. Annual contribution of CD equivalent of 500,000 United States dollars is made to the fund by the Volta River Authority. Since 1997, the fund has supported the Dedesu, Reku, Onuku, and Dominase resettlement township with various development projects in the area of education, health, sanitation, water, electricity, and security, among others. Upon reconstitution of the Board of Trustees of the fund, it is envisaged that the fund could consider supporting Dedesu, Reku, Onuku, and Dominasi communities with the following proposed projects, subject to the availability of funds and equitable allocation of funds among the 52 VRA resettlement township approved by the managing trustees of the fund based on need assessments. The town Dedesu, Reku, there's a proposed project that is assistance in the construction of housing units for the Ghana Police Service. The proposed period is between 2026 to 2028. For Onuku, there is rehabilitation of a kindergarten and 6-unit classroom block, and the project is to be undertaken between 2026 to 2027. Dominase, the proposed project is to help them with a water project, is an assistance in a water project, and the period for consideration is 2027 to 2028. However, Mr. Speaker, these communities have actually benefited so many with have benefited several projects under the resettlement. And if you look at a community like Dedesu, they have had drilling of boreholes, rehabilitation of 5-unit toilets, rehabilitation of primary school, supply of school furnitures, construction of kitchen and baths, supply of solar power electrification, district water program, renovation of schools, construction of JHS, construction of community center, reshaping of roads, drilling of four boreholes, repairs of works on community center, supply of furniture for schools, and a lot of it. If I go to the next community, that is Onuku, their school building has been re-roofed in 1998, rehabilitation of the school in 1998, construction of KVIP 2002, construction of 3 units and 1 3-seater KVIP 2003, and recently construction of a 6-unit teachers accommodation in 2013. For Dominase, the most recent project that was undertaken was a rehabilitation of a JHS and primary school block. That is in 2013. And the previous years, they have had no less than 14 projects undertaken. Thank you.
Now, members, any supplementary?
Ready, so, Mr. Speaker. My supplementary question to the Minister is that because MPs in the resettlement, not all MPs in the resettlement communities are on your trust fund board, will your ministry consider to hold annual meetings with all MPs who have
Honourable
resettlement.
member file a new question that cannot be a supplementary question.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me reframe the supplementary question.
Honourable member, how are you going to reframe this? Your question is on the support developmental projects which are in dire need of VRA resettlement in the following communities, and you are talking about membership of a board.
Mr. Speaker, please give me the opportunity with respect. What I'm seeking to ask the minister, the supplementary question that I'm seeking to ask the minister, is to know whether the MPs in the resettlement communities going into the future.
Honourable member, question is overruled.
I have no option, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. Honourable members, I maintain that we take this. The reason is that you don't take the minister by surprise. He must be aware. That's why the supplementary question is limited to the scope of the question that you have asked. You are asking for development project support in certain communities, and then you are coming to ask a supplementary question on the membership of members of parliament in resettlement areas on a board. It's clearly different thing. Clearly different thing. And it really offends Standing Order 89. The rules are clear that when a person presiding is speaking, you listen to the person in silence. It's even disorderly on your part. If you are doing the wrong thing and you are being corrected, then you think you are right. You can ask your seniors whether that is done. Honourable members, let's move to question number 605. Standing in the name of Alhaji Alhassan Mumuni, Salaga North.
Yes. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition the effort the ministry is making to connect the following communities in the Salaga North constituency to the national grid. Zankum, Nomna Yili, Jahandan Yili, Nyeshila Palgane, Chegu, Chani, Chegu Fulani settlement, Panshagu Palgane, and Sumshe Fulani. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister.
The Zagum, Chandalyili, and Nyashili communities form part of the ministry's ongoing cost-sharing projects in the northeast Gonja district of the Savannah region. A total of 425 high-voltage poles required for the communities have been supplied and are yet to be planted. Most of the necessary pole top materials have all been delivered. Additionally, 185 low-voltage poles required for the project have been supplied and installed in the communities. Most of the pole top accessories have been provided, and the conductor stringing has been completed in the above-mentioned communities. With regards to the communities of Nomna Yili, Nyenshili Palguni, Chihigu, Shani, Chihigu, Fulani Settlement, and Shenj Fulani, they are not recorded in the ministry's documents. However, it was observed that some level of work has been undertaken in these areas by the sponsor, that is the MP, using part of the materials originally released for the above-mentioned communities. For example, installation works for both the LV and HV network, together with transformer, has been completed at Nomnayili and Shani. LV work has been completed at Shishigu Fulani Settlement and Sunji Fulani communities. The ministry is implementing a local turnkey project earmarked at completing all ongoing electrification projects in northern, Savannah, and Upper West regions this year, for which all the above-mentioned communities form part. This initiative is to eliminate delay associated with the traditional share project. So under this initiative, the communities will be attended to.
Any supplementary question?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. The Numna Yili, Chani, and Banshaguk Balgane communities have indeed been completed by my support, awaiting meters. Can the minister assure us when we will get meters to be able to connect these communities as soon as practicable?
Honorable Minister.
The ministry has just received some meters. So as part of the ongoing 10 key projects, we would expedite work within the communities. We'll give it the needed attention and will not wait for the contractor to take his own time. So, Honorable Member, be assured we would attend to it.
Any further supplementary?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
We then move to question number 606, also standing in the name of Alhaji Al-Hassan Mumuni.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Energy and Green Transition the plans the ministry has to connect the following communities to the national grid. Banvim, Komlanyili, Ka, Changuni, Defisa, Kijipulari, Dungoni, Batieni, Chana Yili, Epuna Yerma, Palang, and Ruandogo Botwo. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
The above-mentioned communities do not form part of the ministry's ongoing electrification projects. However, as I earlier indicated, the ministry is currently undertaking an ongoing 10 key projects for local 10 key projects. Besides, as part of the ministry's commitment to electrifying 4 regions, which the Savannah region is part of it, these communities will be considered when that project starts.
Yes, any supplementary question?
No supplementary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, statement time is ended. On your behalf, I thank the Honourable Deputy Minister for Energy and Green Transition for attending upon the House to respond to the scheduled questions. Accordingly, you are hereby discharged. Once again, thank you for coming. Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker. In fact, you mentioned a statement time, but I think it's question time.
I mentioned question time.
No.
Statement time.
Yes, please.
Thank you for correcting me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, question time is ended. And Minister, we are grateful to you for attending upon the House to respond to your questions. Yes, Majority Leadership.
Mr. Speaker, we are to do legal education reform bill, page 916.
Well, Honourable Member, the request is to do the legal education reform bill.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure if we are ready. I can't see the chairman. Oh, Chairman. Where is the Attorney General? Where is the Attorney General? The Deputy Attorney General is not here. The Attorney General himself is not here.
Honourable members, honourable members, if we are not even going to do the business, let's not set a bad precedent. I maintain that Article 93(2) vests the legislative power in Parliament. This legislative power vested in Parliament, the exercise of it is not tied to any member of the executives. So when we come here and say that we cannot exercise that legislative power because the minister is not here, then we should look at the constitutional implication of what we are placing on record. So does it mean if a minister is not in this house, we cannot make law? So that will be controlled by the legislature as and when they want the minister comes? After the introduction of the bill, it's in the domain of Parliament. Yes, leader.
We can go ahead. I've just contacted with my team.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's do a few clauses as we discuss at conclave today.
Honourable members, the legal education reform bill is at consideration stage. Yes, clause 25. Chairman of the committee.
Application for full accreditation license.
Mr. Speaker, clause 25. Amendment proposed is to delete.
Honourable member, before you propose the amendment, do it as agreed upon so that you can carry the members along. Clause 25 in the old bill is now, was that not what we agreed upon? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, rather, clause 25 in the original is the same as what is advertised. The difference, rather, is with the winnowed version.
Yes. So the winnowed version is clause what?
Yeah. Yep. So the winnowed version, Mr. Speaker, is actually 27. Mr. Speaker, what we did was to collapse 25 and merge it with 24.
Yes.
And so the reason we are deleting 25.
So
the
so
new
what
rendition,
you have to say is that
yes,
clause 25, the original version.
The new rendition.
Because you are deleting it and in its entirety. You won't find it in the winnowing version.
Very well. So the new rendition will be application for full accreditation license. A university that is issued with a provisional accreditation license shall, within 2 years after the issue of the provisional accreditation license, apply for a full accreditation license from the council.
Honourable member, are you reading from page 9?
I'm reading from page...
Clause 25, amendment proposed, delete.
We deleted, merged the 25 and 24 together, and that's what I'm reading from the...
So you move the amendment
the winnowed version, 27.
Yes, so you move the amendment here so that we put a question on it, which will indicate that clause 25 has been deleted.
Yeah.
Then when you move to the next clause, then you move amendment on clause 27.
Very well.
So
Very well.
propose the amendment as per number 1.
25.
deleted. 27. Mr.
Now,
Speaker.
members, the proposal before us is that clause 25 be deleted. It is for the consideration of the House. Chairman, is that not the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it's for the consideration of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I'm getting a bit confused because the revised bill that we've been using ever since has 25, but I don't know when this merger of 25 and 24 came about. So I'm holding the one we've been using all along. That has clause 25 and clause 24. So I'm kind of confused. So please, kindly educate me further.
Honorable Kinsinya, could you have the original bill?
They've all been made into 27. Mr. Speaker.
So the original 25.
The original
25 is being proposed to be deleted.
And 25 are now merged as 27. 20. No.
Yes, so the merger will be in the new, in the winnowing committee's document.
Absolutely.
But your proposal here,
yep,
that clause 25 be deleted,
yes,
is to the original bill.
It's the original.
That's why I was urging upon you to move the amendment as captured by the order paper.
Yes. So, that, Mr. Speaker, under clause 25, captured under the order paper is to delete 25.
Yes. So that is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, in the absence of any further consideration, I will put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 25 being deleted, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Clause 25 is ordered to be deleted. Yes. Amendment aye. Aye. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, clause 27 add the following new clause. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, clause 27 has been taken already a few days ago, and the minutes will bear that out, and a question taken on that. And so we could...
I don't know why it should still appear on the other paper. Very well, in view of the fact that clause 27 has been taken already, I direct that once it has been taken, we'll then move to the next clause. We stopped at clause 31, so the next available clause for us to continue with is clause 32.
Revocation of accreditation license.
Yes.
Right Honorable, clause 32 of the original bill matches with clause 34 of the winnowed bill. May I repeat that?
Yes, it's taken.
Clause 32 of the original bill matches with clause 34 of the winnowed bill. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Add the following new subclause. Where an accreditation license is revoked under this section, A, persons already enrolled in law practice training at the university at the time of revocation shall complete the law program as if the university continued to hold the requisite accreditation license. And B,
please, if the amendment is long and it is already captured, just move it as such.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed as advertised on page 10 of the order paper. I so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House to add the new clauses as captured in page 10. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I will put a question on the proposed amendment. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Proposed amendment to clause 32, now clause 34, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, I'll put a question on the entire clause. As many as are in favor of clause 32, now 34, standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 32 is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 33.
Inspection of accredited universities.
Clause
yes, Chairman of the committee.
Clause 33, Mr. Speaker, on the original document and 35 of the WeNote document. Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, delete and insert the following clause as advertised on page 10. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, it is for your consideration. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 33, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Chairman of the committee, amendment numbered VI.
Mr. Speaker, VI.
Very well. This is an amendment in favor of the minority leader, Honorable Alexander Kwamina Afanyo-Makins. Is anybody with authority to move that amendment? What's the decision of the winning committee? Yes.
He's not here himself, and he's not giving me the reason for this particular amendment.
Very well. Do we defer the amendment or take it as second consideration? Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, we can then move to VII.
Very well.
Amendment proposed, subclause 2, line 3.
We are putting a question on the entire clause 33. No. Okay, there is amendment numbered VII.
Yeah.
But I ask, do we defer? Do we defer his amendment and defer the consideration of the clause, or if he feels strong, we take it as second consideration?
Let's take it and put it, because we all...
Very well. So let's move to VII. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, regarding the amendment proposed by the venerable leader of the House, I mean, our side, the majority leader, I think that it is an amendment that is worthy to be considered. It might be part of the bill. Because it says, and the council shall ensure that inspections are conducted at least once in each semester to ensure continuous compliance with the prescribed standards. This is about quality assurance. So I support this proposed amendment from the leader.
Yes, Professor, nobody in this House indicated that it is not an amendment that is not worthy for consideration. This is a house of record. So when certain things are placed on record, tomorrow they look at it, it will appear to the minority leader as if his amendment is being considered not worthy That is a wrong impression.
Speaker,
We
I
are
withdraw-
looking for somebody who has his authority to either move the amendment on his behalf, we defer the amendment, or we put the question so that when he feels strong, he can come and take it at second consideration.
Yes, Speaker, I agree with you. I have to withdraw the word worthy. But because you asked the chairman his position on that, that was why I came back and suggested that we should consider it and deferring it.
The position that I asked the chairman is that, are we deferring for second consideration, or the Winnowing Committee has a position on this? So he said we should continue. That's why I called item numbered VII. Chairman of the committee, item numbered VII.
Mr. Speaker, item number VII, amendment proposed, subclause 2, line 3, delete commission and insert council. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. I will then put a question on the entire clause 33. As many as are in favor of clause 33 as amended standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 33 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 34.
Appeal.
Chairman VII.
Clause 34, amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker. Paragraph C, line 2, after education, delete reform. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, it is for your consideration. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 34 by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 34 as proposed to be amended by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on entire clause 34. As many as are in favor of clause 34 as amended standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 34 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, IX, sectional note before clause 35, amendment proposed, delete degree. I so move.
Honourable members, it is for your consideration. Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment to the sectional notes to delete degree, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sectional note as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 36.
Clause 36, amendment proposed.
Very well, let me put a question on clause 35.
Administration of Law Program.
Chairman of committee, any proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, no proposed amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any amendment to clause 35? I'll put a question on 35. As many as are in favor of clause 35 standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 35 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now let's move to clause 36.
Dean of Law Degree Program.
Yes, chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 1, line 1, after law, delete degree, and in line 2, after law, delete degree. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Let me do this before. Honourable members, I'll put a question on 36 and give consequential directive to the drafters to accordingly do the deletion of degree at the relevant sections. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. Drafters, can they take note and do all the consequential amendments? Again, clause 36.
Clause 36.
It's also consequential. All members, this is a consequential amendment. I've already directed the drafters, but I'll put a question. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Same is yes. Same applies to item numbered XII at page 11. So I consequentially direct. So let's take the item numbered III.
Amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker. Subclause 2, paragraph A, delete and insert the following as captured under page 11. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Our members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question to the proposed amendment. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Our members, the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee in XIII is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, XIV. Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, paragraph E, delete Ghana Bar Association and insert bar. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment by chairman of the committee to clause 36 as in XIV, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause XV.
Amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker. Subclause 2, paragraph G, line 3, after law, delete degree. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. I'll put a question. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee to clause 36, as in XV, is ordered to stand part of the bill. XVI, chairman of the committee.
Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, paragraph H, delete. I so move.
All members, the proposal is to delete subparagraph 2. It's for the consideration of the House. Any proposed amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee to clause 36 as in XVI, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 36. All those in favor of clause 36 as variously amended standing part of the bill say aye. Those against say no. Clause 36 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 37.
Functions of the Dean.
Mr. Speaker, I note that clause 37 XVI.
Yes, I consequentially directed that the issues relating to the degree.
Very well.
Drafters should do the consequential amendments and tidy it up for us. Now, clause 37.
And so, Mr. Speaker, the entire clause 37 up to XXIX
Honourable members
should consequentially be.
Honourable members, the amendment proposed to clause 37 are all consequential to delete degree. So, honourable members, I will put a question on all the amendments together. So, all those in favor of the proposed So I'll put a question on the entire clause 37 pursuant to the directives. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 37, as consequentially directed to be amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 38.
Administrator of Law Degree Program.
Mr. Speaker, 38 is the same XXX and XXXI.
Honourable members, in the same vein, I consequentially direct the drafters to take notes and delete degree accordingly. I'll put a question on the entire clause 38. As many as are in favor of clause 38 as proposed to be amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 38 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 39.
Functions of Administrator.
Mr. Speaker, same for clause 39.
Honourable members, I consequentially direct the drafters to tidy it up. It has to do with the same deletion of the word degree. I will therefore put a question on the entire clause 39. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 39 is ordered to stand part of the bill, as consequentially directed. Clause 40.
Accounts Officer of Law Degree Program.
Mr. Speaker, the same for clause 40.
Honourable members, the same consequential directive is for clause 40 and 42. Chairman of the committee, is that so?
Yeah, 41, rather, Mr. Speaker. So 40, 41, 42, there's a bit of a difference. So we can take, Mr. Speaker, 40 and 41.
So I direct that all consequential amendments leading to the deletion of degree be taken as in clause 40, 41, and 42.
42 XLVI.
Yes, so you now move the amendment to the clause in XLV. So let's take 40 and 42. I'll put a question on 40 and 42. All those in favor? 41 and 42. No, 41. All those in favor of the consequential amendment, I've directed already. So all those in favor of the clause 41, as consequentially directed to be amended, say aye. We haven't taken 40. Okay, let me put a question on 40. All those in favor of clause 40, as consequentially directed to be amended, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 40 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 41. The question is...
Functions of Accounts Officer.
Yes. It's also consequential. I direct the drafters to take note of it. Then I'll put a question to 41. All those in favor of 41 as consequential... Yes?
Speaker, 41. Clause C.
So if you have amendment to clause 41, let me put a question on should we take the consequential directives, then we can come to your amendment. Very well, very well. So your amendment.
I propose paragraph C, evaluate the internal financial management procedures and make recommendations on how to improve the financial. Instead of status, I suggest that we use position, financial position of the law program. So we delete status and insert position.
Do we say financial status or financial position?
Speaker, I think position is better.
Very well. I'll put a question on your amendment. All those in favor of the proposed amendment by Honorable Kinsley Nyako say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by Honorable Professor Kinsley Nyako is ordered to stand part of the bill. Should I put a question on the entire clause 41 now? All All those in favor of clause 41 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 41 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 42.
Records of Law Degree Program.
Mr. Speaker, we have already done XLVI, so we'll do XLVII.
I consequentially direct that the amendment to XLVI be taken by the drafters.
Yeah. So we will do
XLVII.
Amendment proposed, Mr. Speaker, subclause 1, opening phrase, delete a person in charge of the law degree program of a university and insert a university that runs a law program. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Members, I'll put a question on the proposed amendment, except any member has a further amendment. All those in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, the remaining amendments for 42 are all consequential as you directed earlier.
Drafters kindly take note and do the consequential amendments. Honourable members, any further amendment to clause 42? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 42 standing part of the bill, say aye. As many as are in favor of clause 42 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 42 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, LI, sectional note.
Mr. Speaker, sectional note, same consequential directive from you.
I'll put a question on the sectional note. As many as are in favor of the sectional notes before clause 43, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The sectional note before clause 43 is amended. It's ordered to stand part, as amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, LII. 43.
Mr. Speaker,
clause 43.
Admission, examination, and entrance standards.
Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, delete a person in charge of the law degree program of a university and insert a university that runs a law program. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any counter proposal? I'll put a question to the chairman's amendment. All those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee to clause 43, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause LII, that is 43.
Mr. Speaker, subclause 2, paragraph B, delete and insert the following. Has a first degree. I shall move, Mr. Speaker.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question to the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee to clause 43 as in LIII. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, LIV.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Add the following new subclause as advertised on page 16.
Yes, this is in the name again of the minority leader. So, as usual, yes, if you have the authority.
No, Mr. Speaker, just like we did the other one, we don't have authority, so we.
Very well, very well. Can be taken as a second question. So I'll put a question on the entire 43. As many as are in favor of clause 43 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 43 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 45.
44. Non-discriminatory admission measures.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendment.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? to clause 45. I'll put a question. Oh, it's to 44 rather.
44.
Honourable members, any proposed amendment to clause 44? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question to clause 44. As many as are in favor of clause 44 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 44 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 45.
Admission measures for persons with disability.
Mr. Speaker, no advertised amendments.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of clause 45 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 45 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 46, Chairman of the Committee.
Curriculum for Bachelor of Laws degree program.
Mr. Speaker, it's also by Honorable Alexander Kwame Apenyo-Markin.
Very well, by the same implication. Then LVI. Very well. Let me put a question on 46. As many as are in favor of clause 46 standing part of the bill. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the amendment from the minority leader, I'd like to propose a further amendment. Since GTEC is in charge of, since GTEC 46, the curriculum for bachelor, no, in addition to the minority leader.
Has the amendment of the majority leader been carried?
But we are different.
Why are you proposing amendment to majority leader's amendment that has not been carried?
No, not to his. This one is to a separate one to the 46.
So why is it addition to the minority leader's amendment?
Okay, so it's not addition to that of that, but it's rather I'm proposing an amendment to 46.
Yes.
1.
Yes.
Okay, since GTEC is in charge of the National Qualification Framework, I propose that we insert where you say the council shall, in consultation with accredited universities, develop a comprehensive curriculum for Bachelor of Law degree program. I propose that we insert the council shall, in consultation with GTEC and accredited universities, develop a comprehensive curriculum for a Bachelor of Law degree program. I shall propose.
Honourable members, did we agree that instead of universities, we use institutions? So that is consequential. So drafters, take note. Wherever you see universities, appropriately substitute institutions. Yes, the amendment is for your consideration. And let me place on record that the proposed amendment to 46 is 48 in the Winnowing Committee document. Yes. Chairman, is that not 48? That is a curriculum for Bachelor of Law.
That's a minimum requirement for Bachelor of Law degree.
Yes. So, it's for your consideration. Chairman, what do you say to it?
Mr. Speaker, GTEC, may he explain further why GTEC should be part of this? Why GTEC should be part of this consultation?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ghana Tertiary Education Commission is the custodian of the National Qualification Framework, which goes all the way up to terminal degrees. This one is a law program which will be leading to law practice. And I believe that GTEC cannot be taken out of this curriculum that will be developed for law programs. That's why I'm suggesting that we make sure not only the universities, but GTEC has to have its approval of the law program. I shall submit.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
It's consultation anyway.
Is it the case that in the bill?
We can add as many as we want to consult.
Is it the case that in the bill you stated somewhere that the council shall, in collaboration with GTEC, as part of the bill? I'm just trying to look for it.
Mr. Speaker, I've not cited any. My comfort is just because it's consultation. Consultation is not consultation.
Yes, because I'm just looking for it. I know I've read somewhere in the bill that you say the council in collaboration with GTEC, and you've even quoted the GTEC Act, the Accreditation Act. So for consistency's sake,
in which case it's not fatal to add GTEC, isn't it? Yeah, that's fine. It's not fatal to add GTEC, that's all. Yeah.
Yes, look at clause 3A. Yes, accredited institution to provide professional legal education and training in the country in accordance with paragraph B of subsection 3 of section 8 of the Education Regulatory Bodies Act. No, this is the Education Regulatory Bodies Act. No, in collaboration with the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, set the standard for the accreditation of law program in institutions. Well, yes. All members, I'll put a question and direct the drafters to put it in proper perspective. Yes, Honorable Dr. Kabiru.
Chair, I take notice of your direction, but I want to make the point that the rendition here should be consistent with Section 3, because we discussed in this House the turf between the area of GTEC and what we want the council to deal with. And I think we were very clear in our minds that when it comes to the law programs, it is within the turf of GTEC, and that GTEC will still want to continue to be the one leading in this particular. But we also admit that the council would have a role to play in collaboration with GTEC to ensuring that we have the curriculum suit for the law program.
I want to put a question on his proposed amendment and allow the drafters to put it in a drafting language for us.
So Chair,
because of the element of the use of the word in collaboration, for consistency's sake,
yes,
they will go and check the relevant clause.
Yes.
And then the drafters.
Chairman, except to note that the mention of accredited universities here is a bit problematic for me. That's just because that's why I'm just asking for consistency with Section 3, as previously agreed to. Thank you very much.
Yes, so we said this is a consequential. The universities will be replaced by institutions. Universities will be replaced by institutions, consequential. Is that not it? Maybe do your rendition again so that members can follow you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the reason why in developing curriculum we have to be mindful of the order.
That one we agree on the principle.
We agreed, okay.
Just come out with your rendition. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we need to pay attention to the clause that follows. Clause that follows, content of curriculum. So you see that the law itself actually details the curriculum. So you see 49 says the curriculum for a Bachelor of Laws degree program shall provide A, instructions that are necessary for the importation of practical and theoretical training training in information technology, and then oral presentation, applied writing, trial practice skills, and the council shall review the curriculum every 5 years to take account of new developments. So, do you think it is still necessary for the commission to be consulted in this matter?
Thank you very much. Exactly so. The commission, like I said, is in charge of the national qualification framework. So every qualification, it doesn't matter which profession that is attained in the country, they are the regulators of it. And since, if you look at the details, the clause that follows, this condition could even change because curriculum is dynamic. And the national qualification ensures that this dynamic nature of curriculum is adhered to. So it's still very important and necessary that we keep the commission GTEC in place for clause 46.
Honourable members, let's look at the clause carefully. It says the council shall, in consultation with accredited institutions, develop a comprehensive curriculum for a Bachelor of Law degree. Is GTEC responsible for accreditation, or they are also responsible for development of the curriculum? Because they give accreditation based on the curriculum. So why would you involve GTEC in the development of the curriculum? That is why the rendition is saying that the council must develop the curriculum for the curriculum with the accredited university. Before they will be doing that, yes, leader.
Ordinarily, I think the curriculum is approved by the commission. Normally, in accrediting a university, they approve the curriculum as part of what they look at to determine if you should offer a degree in that program. But
So
I
is
think
it proper?
the objective of this legislation is to place that responsibility in the hands of the council. But he is saying that given the traditional role of the commission in developing and approving curricula for universities in the process of accreditation, it will be good that we provide for some consultative role for the commission. Chairman is not opposed to it. Chairman, are you opposed to that? Chairman says he doesn't think it does.
We need to look at the defined role of the commission. You see, that's why they say in collaboration, they will set the standard. So what has been said in 3 is that they set the standard in collaboration. You understand?
Mr. Speaker, in practice, even though you set the standard, which is based on the national qualification framework, it gives you the identifiers. But when it comes to the process, it's critical that you involve GTEC in the process, so that, but who is the regulator and set the standards? And remember, the standards are also being set in collaboration. So,
I'm not an educationist, but with my knowledge in the passage of the Education Regulatory Bodies Act, they set the standard. You go and develop your curriculum in line with the standard, and they would give an approval. Now, if the GTEC is now going to develop the curriculum with them, so how can you develop the curriculum with them and again be an inspector? Yes, let me hear Honorable Kinsley Nyako, and I'll come to Honorable Nochukoti.
So, Speaker, normally what happens is that I just step out briefly. The standards and the frameworks are determined by the regulators. So we give opportunity to the institutions to develop the curriculum based on those standards. That's how it is done.
Yes.
Because as a regulator, you can't come up with the curriculum. You only give the guidelines and the indicators, and you expect the faculties to follow the standard to prepare the curriculum so that you can judge them based on that. That's how it's done in the
that
process.
is why I'm of the view that if you carry his amendment, GTech is going to be a judge in their own course.
I didn't hear his amendment, but
He said that the development of the curriculum should be in collaboration with GTech, or it should be in consultation with GTech, whilst GTech has set the standard.
GTech must use the standard to judge, to judge the curriculum, whether there's
but
a
now
deviation.
GTech is now going to be involved in the development.
No.
Is that how it's done?
Mr. Speaker, how would GTech know that the standard that has been set in 3B is consistent with the standard? Then in that case,
they
we will
submit
have
for
to
approval.
Please, we will have to.
Yes, so let me hear from Honorable Koti.
So then we have to go further to. Okay.
Let me hear from Honorable Koti.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as said earlier, GTech is involved in setting the standards. And when the standards are set, the various institutions draw their own curriculum. And before accreditation is given, GTech has a team that will review the curriculum that is presented by the various institutions. So you cannot set the standards, prepare the curriculum, and then approve for the institutions. So it doesn't go that way. We will leave GTech out at this level. Mr. Speaker, that is how it is being done.
Yes, so Honorable Chair Samoa, if you are not convinced, propose your amendment. Let me put a question. Leader.
I get the sense of the direction from the Speaker. If you still insist that the Commission should play a role, then we can only reinforce the role of the Commission in accreditation, in certain standards. Is that okay? Pardon? No.
Leader,
so listen carefully.
Leader,
yes.
By this act, the Commission is by law mandated to set the standard and approve the curriculum. But this clause is saying that the council shall, in consultation with the institution, develop the comprehensive curriculum, which comprehensive curriculum must meet the standard set by GTech. Then they approve. Now your amendment will bring GTech into the development of this comprehensive curriculum, which is not proper.
Yeah, so that was why I thought that if he has a proposal, it can only be in accord with the role of the Commission in setting standards. So you could say so you could come to 48(2)(b). That's the new bill, the new rendition, 48(2)(b), and say the curriculum developed under subclause 1 shall, A says, accord with contemporary demands for legal services. B says, provide for the recruitment of competent and committed teaching staff for the university. And then a C, which say, meet the standards set by the Commission.
Yes, that I don't have a problem.
I also don't, because that makes sure that the approval process is also taken care of.
But automatically, they have to approve. If they don't approve, they won't give you accreditation.
Yes, but if they give you approval to develop curriculum, they have to make sure that the standard that they have given you is adhered to. Because we will be leaving
yes, Professor Kinsley.
So then we'll go with the approval.
Professor Kinsley.
So I want to propose that we go with.
So he has something to say to what Minority Leader is proposing. That's what I'm giving him.
Mr. Speaker, so when the curricula are approved by the regulator, to ensure that those standards are met. There are periodic audits and institutional visits to ensure that there is compliance.
The inspections.
Yes, because when I was at NAB, now GTEC, we had academic audits, okay? And we have periodic visits to ensure that the curricula or curriculum are or is implemented according to guidelines and standards that are set. That is how you can ensure that there is compliance. You cannot just have the curriculum without doing anything. So there are institutional measures that we put in place to ensure that all these things are done. But a regulator preparing a curriculum at the same time, I mean, it doesn't work. It's not the right way to go. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the proposer has agreed and you intend to drop your proposed amendment.
So I dropped the proposed amendment in 46A and provided and go to 46 to add an additional subclause, as was also suggested by the majority leader, to make sure that GTEC's approval process is not left out.
So what will be the rendition? So we'll now have C.
So C, add C to 46 to, no, 42. In the window document, that is what is 48, but I'm going with the actual bill, which is 46. 46 to C. So C, so we were adding C to set by GTEC. The council, so since they are in collaboration, I'm fine with it. Meets the standards set by the council and the commission, since the commission is defined in the interpretation.
Yes.
I'm saying that even there we need to repeat the rendition in clause 3A and B, because clause 3A says standards set by council in collaboration with the commission.
Yes.
So if you now come to 46C, you must repeat that rendition and meet the standards set by the council and the commission. That's C. Just add C. Just add meet the standards set by the council in collaboration with the commission.
So, drafters, is it possible we cross-reference it to clause 3 and meet the standard set in clause 3B also or A? Very well. So, and meet the standard set by the council and the GTEC. I will then put a question. Yes?
I have a proposed amendment.
Yes?
Not on how it is being.
So let me.
So when you are done, yeah.
All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Professor Kingsley.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, 2B, provide for the recruitment of competent and committed teaching staff for the university. I propose we delete committed so that we have provide for the recruitment of competent teaching staff for the university. I mean, if you add committed teaching staff in recruitment, how do you determine that when the person has not even started doing their work. So I'm suggesting that we retain competent and delete committed and committed.
And you say that cannot be determined. You are a professor in parliament. When you apply to be a teaching staff, from the background that you are a professor, you are competent. However, because you are a member of parliament, your membership of parliament will affect the level of your commitment.
Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that the 46.1 says the council shall, in consultation with accredited universities, develop a comprehensive curriculum for a Bachelor of Laws degree program. The curriculum developed under subsection 1 shall accord with contemporary demands for legal services and provide for the recruitment of competent and committed teaching staff for the university.
You want us to go away with the word committed.
In determining who is competent, that one can be easily done. It can because of your qualification and your credentials. But as to your commitment on the job, it is difficult to ascertain. So we don't have to put ourselves in uncharted, futuristic temptations.
Yes, let me hear from the chairman of the committee.
Speaker, let me admonish my very good friend to abandon competence and commitment. Speaker, you are recruiting people. The CV and all the things you look about them is about their commitment to wherever they are coming, their work, wherever they are coming from. So it is not when you recruit them, it is where you are taking them from. You are assessing the commitment of what they were doing before you recruit them. So remember, it says the council provide for the recruitment of competent. So you are going to recruit from somewhere. The competence of that person is determined at where he was, where you were picking the person, and not when you bring him in. So that is why the two words will go, competence and commitment. So the commitment of that person, before you recruit, you should have done your due diligence. You should have done your recce. So if you are poaching a professor from UPSA to University of Ghana, you should have done your recce to know the commitment of that person and the competence at where he is currently working before you bring him in. That is the essence of this.
In addition to that, the chairman of the committee is qualified to be a judge. Honorable John Dako is qualified to be a judge. But he has a certificate from Parliament to hold office of profit. So he applied to be a judge. But looking at his commitment in Parliament, if you are looking for a committed people to be a judge, will you take him as one of those people to be a judge?
Mr. Speaker.
His competency is not in dispute, but his commitment level may be in dispute.
If you listen carefully to my very good friend, Honorable Sheb, he was not specific even regarding the commitments of the person we are recruiting. He kept saying if. But see, in recruitment, there's a criteria. Unless you tell me that there is a measure, an indicator that determines how committed the individual is. But in terms of competence, you can verify from what they do, their outputs, their input, their qualifications, you can ascertain. Unless there is a measurable indicator to ascertain the commitment level of the individual, it is difficult to know. You can assume that this person is committed based on a question you've asked them. But in reality, it might not be the case. So for me, this is my observation. I'm not bound by it. It is subject to the House to determine whether you can easily know.
Honorable Professor, would the commitment affect you in the event you want to teach in the institution?
I know.
Because you are already a member of parliament.
You know, the point is that.
Will you be committed?
No, you know, commitment is a virtue. It's a variable that we need to achieve results. But they don't have to be assumed. They need to be verified and all.
Oh, but some, you can see it clearly that with what the person is involved in.
Yeah, but you can easily know that I'm committed, can't you?
No. If I am asked to employ you to teach, particularly the law degree, and you are sitting as a member of parliament, unless it's on the basis of a part-time, I will not take you as a staff. You may not be available when you are needed because of parliamentary duties.
Commitment shouldn't be seen in that perspective alone. On the job, it might be seen. It's not when I'm a member of parliament and I want to also teach somewhere. On the job, it might be manifested. And all these...
Don't you agree that condition precedence can lead you to determine the person's commitment?
Mr. Speaker, today is Friday. I wouldn't want to belabor this point. So let's put a question or...
I put a question already. Or you want me to put a question on your deletion?
Yes, please.
No, as someone's one, together with the leaders one, I put a question on it. So I'll put a question on the entire clause 46. As many as are in favor of clause 46 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 46 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 47.
Content of curriculum.
Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, 47, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph D, line 1, after technology, delete and the law. I so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further amendment? I'll put a question to the chairman's amendment. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. LVII. Clause 47.
Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph E, delete. I so move.
The proposal is to delete subclause 1. Is for your consideration. Any further amendment? I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of deletion of subclause 1, paragraph E, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. LVIII. Chairman of the committee.
Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph F, line 2, after relevant, insert statutes. I so move.
It is for the consideration of the House. Honourable members, any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. LIX. Chairman of the committee to clause 47.
Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph F, line 2, and insert statutes after relevant. I so move.
Honourable member, this is consequential. I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the consequential amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The consequential amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. LX.
Speaker, amendment proposed, subclause 2, line 1, after curriculum, delete on a yearly basis and insert every 5 years. I so move.
Honourable members, any further amendments? Honourable members, in the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. So, Chairman, I think we moved the amendment in LX, or you are not going to move it?
Mr. Speaker, it's moved already. You have
Very
to
well,
put
it's for the consideration of the House.
It's been considered, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So I'll put a question on entire clause 47. As many as are in favor of clause 47 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll therefore put a question on entire clause 47. As many as are in favor of clause 47 standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 47, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 48.
Minimum requirement for Bachelor of Laws degree.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 5. Before degree, delete law and insert Bachelor of Laws. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
The proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? I'll put a question in the absence of any further amendment. Yes.
Speaker, I don't know whether when we go to interpretation, we are likely to give meaning to Bachelor of Laws. The reason I say this is because lately, in the United Kingdom, we know that people pursue diploma in law or postgraduate diploma in law with the same weight as the LLB. So I'm looking at a situation where somebody has a first degree in, say, political science or economics and pursues the post-first degree law, where in the UK, once you do post-first degree law, it is not LLB, but it qualifies you for the bar exam or the LPC. In a situation where the person comes to Ghana after the program, has not done the BVC or the LPC, and comes to Ghana to do the professional law. Normally, there are 7 law programs that you must pursue to qualify you for a law degree, the compulsory. Now, if we restrict this to Bachelor of Laws, what this means is that we are shutting the door on any person who may have the law degree but does not have it as LLB. So I was going to propose if we could say the LLB or a Bachelor of Laws or its equivalent, so that those who may pursue this in other Commonwealth jurisdictions. You want to come in? Mr. Speaker, I see the majority leader up. I don't know his intervention, so I would want to sit and see.
Again, we are going to run into difficulty. So if your proposal is that definition should be given to Bachelor of Laws, then make that particular proposal. And if it is agreeable to the House, then we'll do it. Because all that you have said, I don't know what is the proposal. Because you started by saying, are we going to provide a definition for it? So is it the proposal that we should provide a definition for it? Yes.
Yeah, that's why I was on my feet. I was trying to understand what had happened, because I thought you were putting a question on which clause?
I think we are now on clause 48.
Clause 48, LXI 48.
Yes, LXI, yes.
Yeah.
Because the amendment is to delete law,
yes,
and insert Bachelor of Laws. Because throughout the bill, the word used is Bachelor of Laws, not laws.
Yes. So LXI, delete law and insert Bachelor of Laws. So the point I'm making is, you want us to have a definition for Bachelor of Laws. When we get to, yes, so let us move fast and get there.
Mr. Speaker, I am putting this across to further assist the chair of the committee so that at the interpretation section, we will factor that in when we are defining the Bachelor of Laws qualification. Having in mind the fact that many people are pursuing the law program in other Commonwealth jurisdictions, and I just stated the UK situation where somebody would go and pursue a first degree, and when pursuing a second degree in law, they don't call it Bachelor of Laws once you are taking it as a second degree. In Ghana, when you have your first degree and you are doing a law program, we ordinarily call it post first degree LLB, which is the LLB we know. Other universities, you do the LLB as a first degree. You don't need to do treat it as a post first degree program. So I'm saying that the likelihood is that when somebody pursues a law program and the certificate is not titled LLB, but that law program that the person has pursued qualifies him or her to pursue the professional law, if we limit this, we will have a difficulty. Mr. Speaker, I say so because some 20 years ago, I recall, somebody, I don't want to mention the name, had a diploma in a certain program and had gone for a master's. And in fact, the person had double masters and had applied to do law. And the issue that became a matter of public discourse was that the qualification was very clear, that LLB, and the person did not have a first degree, although the person had a university diploma and a master's. All put together, the restriction was that the person did not have a first degree in spite of having a master's. So the person, though initially was given admission, was later denied, and people were very restrictive in interpretation. So I am trying to caution so that as a house, we don't legislate in a manner that would put people in harm's way. That somebody will say, oh, if the legislators had intended an LLB or its equivalent, they would have stated so. So, Chairman, I have no problem with where we are, but I'm just drawing your attention that as we get to interpretation, please bear that in mind and let us lift the UK situation, because a lot of our people go to the United Kingdom to study, and a lot of them may be coming from the UK or even coming from the United States, where, by the way, in the United States, the JD, the nomenclature is not LLB. You do your first degree and you do the Juris Doctor, which is a JD. It is not, the certificate is not LLB. So if you say LLB, Bachelor of Laws, somebody coming from the US with a law degree will not have access, and they will be there giving interpretation to it. So let us have a broader interpretation that recognizes a law degree at the interpretation. That is all my prayer. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
You see, Honorable Majority Leader, this is not where, if that is your intendment, this is not the stage for you moving that particular amendment. The bachelor or raising your intention, the Bachelor of Laws would be interpreted in our context. The Bachelor of Laws qualifies you to enter the professional practice training. So it is when we get there, we are talking about the qualification to enter a professional practice training, that you can be talking about it equivalent. So at this particular yes, Majority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if you go to the functions of the council, and even at one point, the functions of the Director of Legal Education, Director General of Legal Education, we had made object of council so go to clause 3G. 3G says, the council shall evaluate courses of study provided by accredited universities to accord with appropriate recognition of legal qualifications obtained in institutions in other common law jurisdictions with analogous legal system as Ghana for purposes of admission to the bar. Yes, so what I'm saying is that already there's provision for the council to make a determination of what degrees are analogous to our law degree for the purposes of being admitted to the bar. So that issue is being addressed. But I do agree with you that maybe when we get to definition, to make things very clear, we can make provision for that.
Yes. So I will then put a question on the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee as in LXI. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it, the proposed amendment is carried. Chairman, let's move to LXII. Still on 48.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, amendment proposal clause 2, opening phrase, delete a person in charge of the law degree program of a university and insert a university that runs a law degree program. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
All members, it is for your consideration. Any further proposed amendment? In the absence of any further proposed amendment, the question is as many as are in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee to clause 48 as in LXII at page 18 of today's order paper say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Chairman, LXIII.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Minority Leader, your amendment, please. Your amendment. LXIII.
The one you've owned.
LXIII. Standing in your name.
No, wait. Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Page 18, clause 48. Amendment proposed. Insert the following subclause. a person shall be eligible to apply for admission to the professional law practice training course only if that person has obtained an honors degree in the Bachelor of Laws program with a minimum classification of second class lower division. Mr. Speaker, I am abandoning this minimum qualification of second class lower to simply say that has been awarded a Bachelor of Laws degree, so that I don't come in with the second class lower division. Mr. Speaker, upon reflection, I realized that as for life, some of the best practitioners were third class students. Mr. Speaker, sometimes you may struggle at the faculty, but situations may change at the professional level. So I would abandon the second class lower division and maintain the rest of the amendment. One 48-1.
You abandon, are you improving on your amendment or you abandon it in its entirety?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, give me a minute. Chairman and I are conferring. We are either improving or abandoning. He's asked me to check something. Just give a second. We'll check and then 48-1 you mean?
Which is 51 in the winnowing committee's this thing.
Mr. Speaker, I think it answers the question. Mr. Speaker, it answers the question because the winnowed document says the minimum requirement for the award of a Bachelor of Laws degree is the satisfactory completion of a number of courses of study that amount to a number of credit hours that the council determines, taking into consideration the general policy of the university in which the Bachelor of Laws degree program operates regarding the number of credit hours required for completion. Mr. Speaker, I think this is very fair. So it considers the fact that you may be awarded a Bachelor of Laws degree without honors, but it still qualifies you for the professional. But Mr. Speaker, I think this is open enough. So I would abandon.
That is even the current practice.
Mr. Speaker, I abandon the
amendment, proposed amendment in LXIII is accordingly abandoned. Then we put a question on entire clause 48. As many as are in favor of clause 48 as variously amended, standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 48 as variously amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. LXIV. That's clause 49.
Form of and standards for examination.
Speaker, amendment proposed, delete and insert the following as advertised on page 18. I so move.
Members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further proposal? In the absence of any further proposal, I'll put a question as many as are in favor of the proposed amendment to clause 49. Yes.
Speaker, with respect, I don't want to rush to demand a further amendment on the condition that Chairman can explain to us what exactly he means by clause 1. A university that runs a law program shall set a uniform standard and format for the conduct of assessment. What exactly do you mean? Because the presumption is that a university would definitely, through approval from the academic board, have its program and standard of assessment. Now, what we know is that when this is done, it becomes part of the curriculum. And in Ghana today, we know that the grading system differ. What will be an A at Cape Coast University will not be the same as an A in Lagos. So I just want clarity on exactly what you mean by uniform standard and format for the conduct of assessments.
Mr. Speaker, exactly what leader just said. Safe to add that apart from the clarity, there's also certainty. This clause seeks to give clarity and certainty. So any student knows that this is a form that I will be examined on. And these are the standards. So it has not only set clarity, it also sets certainty. And so these two go together as far as this clause is concerned.
Yes, honourable members, we only have to consider the use of examination in the head note and assessment at the end of the clause. Should it be consistent? Examination and assessment may not be one and the same.
Mr. Speaker, you have a point there. Mr. Speaker,
yes.
I'm saying you have a point there.
Yes, so you can pick it
Mr.
up.
Speaker, I think Chairman should take it up. But, Mr. Speaker, again, to the extent that he argues that this provision is to ensure clarity and certainty, then why not include in it which shall be known to the student? Because if you're saying that there shall be a uniform and standard format for the conduct of assessment, you would agree with me that some of our universities, they don't have a transparent system where these things are already known to the student. So a student does not even know how the grading is done, and you can't even challenge it. So if you want to legislate on it, then I suggest to you, Mr. Chairman, that include in it and enrich the language after you've considered Mr. Speaker's directive, and indicate that which shall be communicated to the student, because the student must know if that is what you seek to achieve.
Mr. Speaker,
I think the head note must change from examination to assessment.
Yes, I wanted to.
So move that amendment.
Mr. Speaker, may I move the amendment to change the head note to delete examination and insert assessment? The new
So I'll put a
rendition
question.
form.
All those in favor of that proposed amendment to the head note, delete examination and replace it with assessment, say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. All members, the ayes have it. The amendment is accordingly ordered to stand part of the bill.
Okay, so
Yes,
just
so
to,
I would then put a question on the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee in the absence of any further proposed amendments. As many as are in favor of the... You have something to say?
no, he had
So...
Majority Leader had asked a question on certainty and clarity. And then he also requested that we add that this be communicated to students. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that once it is a form and standard, it's expected that this will become in manual form. And so the standards and the forms are normally will be in student manual. They are already communicated in the form of manuals. And so that should take care of the concern that you have raised.
So the question is, if you add communication to a student Yes, if you add communication to a student, can a student have a right to say that the standard has not been communicated to me, therefore A, B, C, D? What is the usual practice?
Mr. Speaker, I think instead of that, I think if I heard the chairman right, he's saying that there is always a manual. So I think that we can have it this way. A university that runs a law program shall set a uniform standard and format for the conduct of assessment, which shall be contained in its academic manual. Because he made mention of the manual. Because you cannot say you have this uniform standard when there's no document that in itself enacts that as a university, these are the manuals that communicate the standards of assessment that any student who gets admission and signs the acceptance letter and is enrolled knows that the set of manuals that set out the standard of assessment and all that. So I think that if we want to maintain it, which I agree, it's good, it brings certainty, it brings clarity, then we should rather add that which shall be contained in the academic manuals to be made available to the student, or leave it there, which shall be contained in the academic manual, because having that written is very important.
Yes, Chairman of the committee. Yeah, let me hear from the leader before I come to the chairman.
Well, I think the way that it is usually captured is to say, for the conduct of assessments which shall be known by the students. Which shall be known by the students. Yes. Okay.
So if we tie it down, yes, Honorable Professor.
In furtherance to the proposed further
Speaker, with respect, I humbly hold this view that this must be communicated to the student in one way or the other. Normally, there's a student manual, okay? In other universities that I know of, when you get in the student manual, they tell you the standard of assessment, that it is you submit 3 assignments to earn a certain credit hours, you do in-person written examination, or when you gain a grade of 60, it's a pass, 70 is this, and all of that. These are communicated. So once you enroll, you know that when you do this is what you get. So I think that we should be rather clear, instead of saying that we should leave it like that and regulate. You and I know sometimes we'll pass the laws and it takes several years for the regulations to come. So if we have the opportunity, even if it is superfluous, to indicate, let's do so to avoid ambiguity. Let's add, leader said, which should be known. I want to tweak it a bit, that we should be communicated through the student manual. I heard that suggestion from an academic from this side, who is proposing that we use the student manual language. So, Mr. Speaker, that's my proposal.
Yes, I think we are making law. And the law is setting standards. We should take into consideration that ignorance of the law cannot be taken to be an excuse. And in passage of law, we do not indicate categorically in the law that the law should be communicated to the general public before it becomes applicable to the general public. Here lies the case we are making law, which will set form and standard of examining the students. The students don't examine themselves. This law does not regulate only the students. It regulates the institutions that will be offering the law. So they are being enjoined by this particular provision to set a uniform standard for assessment, so that University of Ghana will not assess the bachelor students high, and University of Science and Technology would assess them low. That is the essence of this particular provision, so that there will be a standard. That's why the provision is even indicating that a university that runs a law program shall set a uniform standard and format for conduct of assessment. So the way examinations are going to be conducted for these students in University of Science and Technology should not be different from Legon, because they are all going to have a degree that enables them to do the practice training. And we are talking about communication to students. I mean, this is between the universities. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect to you and the views you've expressed, I have my own difficulty. Mr. Speaker, at the university, there are 2 key stakeholders: the university administration and its professors, and the students. Students are the ones to be assessed. Mr. Speaker, where I studied, when your results are out, you have every right without petitioning to call your tutor, and your script will be pulled out, and they have this assessment, the standard of assessment records, and they will check, you go through with your professor, and any question you have, you can ask. In Ghana, we all know the Ghanaian universities, you can't do that. You would have to apply, it takes a very long time. Sometimes you dare not challenge even your marks. This legislation is introducing a new dispensation. One, we want to ensure standard. We want to ensure a uniform assessment by all the universities. It would be prudent, it would be fair, it would be right for this uniform assessment to be contained in a manual for a student to know. We cannot say that because it is meant for the regulator, a student who would be assessed must not know this. So, Mr. Speaker, for me, even if it is superfluous, we should legislate and let the language be clear that this must be contained in a student manual so that the student becomes aware. The issue is not about being aware of the law or not, does not bring liability or otherwise. That is not the case. How can you be a student of a university? You don't even know the standard of assessment. You don't know how you can pursue your grievance.
So I would ask a rhetorical question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, meaning we cannot answer. If it's rhetorical,
yes.
it means we are not to answer you.
Yes, you are not to answer. You see, they are talking about standard among the universities that will run the course. For me, what I take this to be seeking to cure is that for the purposes of examining the student, a marking scheme should not even differ from one university to the other. So no university will say that if you don't get 90, you don't get A. And another university will say if you get 70, that 70 amount to A. And you see, marking schemes are developed after the examination. How are you going to communicate this to students? How are you going to communicate this to students? Meanwhile, these are standards that must be uniform. So, what is the new rendition? Yes, Honorable Rashid Pep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not going to be, my presentation is not going to be about the new rendition, but to support what the minority leader is talking about, that it is important to put it in plain message in the brochure or whatever message it is, the student book. The grading criteria of the university is a normal thing to say that A means this, B means that. So you know it and go into it. It doesn't matter whether in future, as a result of some kind of arrangement, you decide to change the marking scheme, but that will be a local affair. But the standard should be there. I assume that we should have a standard criteria within which gradings of students can be done. So when you are entering, you know that, look, I have to hit 70 to get a B. I have to hit 75, or in my University of Cape Coast, you have to get 80 to get a B, to get an A. If we get anything below that, and it was known for us.
Yes, you see, that is what this particular rendition is trying to avoid. Because we are all going to enter the professional practice training school. So they don't want a situation where it says that university that runs a law program. So long as you are running the law program, your standard should not be different from another university's standard. That's why it says that a university that runs a law program shall set uniform standard and format for the conduct of assessment. But if the sense of the House is to add to it, I do not have a problem. Because I see this to be avoiding the same problem that you raised, that I attended University of Cape Coast, you must get 80 to get A. While somebody attending University of Ghana, when he gets 70, the same person have A. Meanwhile, you are all entering into the professional law practice and training. So why should there be a differences in the standard among the universities that runs the law program? So it's just communicating that if you are a university and you want to run the law program, then your standard of assessment and format must be uniform. That is the meaning that I am getting from it. Whether you are a student in Cape Coast, in Winneba, in Akachi South, uniform standard must be used in assessing you. And the format of the assessment must also be the same. If it is examination, then every student must write examination. You can assess based on IA. If it is a written question, then every student must write a written question. It cannot be objective questions.
Respectfully, let's read the rendition again. A university, this is what it says, a university that runs a law program shall set a uniform standard and format for the conduct of assessment. Mr. Speaker, with respect. So you're dealing with the individual universities. It's not talking about a uniform standard of assessment by all the universities. Mr. Speaker, that is not it. That is why it is each institution. No, it is here. Unless there is some error in there. There's an error. Please, respectfully. Mr. Speaker, even if the air there means plural, even if it means so, there is an overriding need to communicate that standard, the format in assessment to the student. How can you be in an entire university and there is a uniform standard that has been approved by the academic board, which in itself has been approved by the regulator, and that student who has enrolled in that school cannot know it? So it is important we put it in the law. We bring a finality to it that, and Mr. Speaker, I propose, so that we don't waste time, I propose that we add the following to assessment, which shall be communicated in the student manual. So the new rendition, therefore, shall read: a university that runs a law program shall set a uniform standard and format for the conduct of assessment, which shall be contained in the student manual. Mr. Speaker, that is the proposal. Thank you.
Yes, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment by the minority leader Alexander Osahin Apanyoma can say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. I'll put a question on entire clause 49. As many as are in favor of clause 49 standing, yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, further amendment to the clause. Mr. Speaker, if you look at 51(2),
it says the assessment of the law program shall be designed so as to give effect to the
So you are talking about clause 51.
Yeah, 51 of the new one.
We are now on 49, which is 50 in the new one. It's not even 51. It's 51. Okay, yes, it's 51.
It's 51, Mr. Speaker.
In the new one, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so where you have law program, I believe that the framers actually intended law students, because if you look at 51.2 and then 51.3, Mr. Speaker, imagine if we are reading 3 without limiting subsection 2, the assessment of the law program. No, it's the assessment of the law student, which shall include a variety of assessment methods appropriate to the nature, level, and objectives of the law program. And then if you look at 4, clearly it tells you that we are talking about student. The assessment is an assessment of a student, not a law program. So, Mr. Speaker, I propose that in 51, wherever we have law program, it shall be changed to law student. So I so propose. Law program should read law student, because that's what you actually intended. Because you are assessing law student, you are not assessing law program.
The program will be assessed by the council.
No. If you look at even the original one, you are talking about the form of assessment: long essay, short form questions, objective testing, and then case analysis. So it is a law student you are assessing here. You are not assessing the law program. And it follows. That is why in the next one we are talking about grading of the students and review of grades and all of that. So this one is assessment of law students, not law program. Assessing law program is the job of the commission and the council, not this. So read it well and you see that you're correct.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I will urge my good friend to abandon. The law program as used here is most appropriate and not directed towards students. And so a university that runs a law program shall set uniform standards and format for the conduct of assessments. The assessment of the law program shall be designed, it's not assessment of the students, it's the program itself, not students.
My brother, I'm saying that in terms of the first one, the 51.1, the law program, it should be allowed to stay. But subsequently, if you read it, right, this whole assessment is assessment of students. So the university that runs a law program, yes, you are running a law program, but assessment, you are assessing students, not the program. At this place, it's not the program you are assessing. And so it doesn't make sense to say that the assessment of the law program shall include variety of assessment methods. You understand? This one, it is the students you are assessing. And so you look at your original 49, and you see that you are looking at long essay, short form answers, objective testing, and a hypothetical case analysis. All of these are supposed to assess law students, not your law program. You know, so my good friend, if you abandon this, you will cause a lot of havoc. So
Honorable John Darko, let's look at the provision carefully.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I'm doing what I intend not to do today. If you look at the two, they say the assessment of the law program shall be designed so as to give effect. So if you replace it to be a student, program to be a student, then it will be the assessment of the law student shall be designed so as to give effect to the objects and intended learning outcome of the law program, of the law student, because you are going to say the law student. Now, if you go further, 3 is saying without limiting subsection 2, the assessment of the law program shall include. So it will be the assessment of the law student shall include a variety of assessment method appropriate to the nature, level, and objective of the law student. You understand? Because it is the program that have objective. The program objective. So if you read it in all, and you substitute program with student, along the line, you may have a problem. Now, 4, the assessment method applied shall provide an adequate and fair basis for determining whether a student, you understand? So it's a program that you assess that is going to be used in determining the student. So you cannot replace program with a student. It will throw the entire clause off gear. So let me hear Professor Kingsley Nyako.
Speaker, thanks. I mean, so if you read 49 from the first paragraph to the 4th one, you see a progression. So you first look at the program, the assessment protocols that you use to assess the program and its objectives. That is why if you come to 4, it is now judging the assessment of the students to the program's objectives. So I don't see anything that deviates from what is captured here, because the 4 now talks about provide an adequate and fair basis for determining whether a student has achieved the objectives and intended learning outcomes of the law program, which has already been captured above with their appropriate tools. So I think that it should stand. Thank you.
I recognize Honorable Che. Okay. You propose it, so we'll come to you later.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the clause very well, the learning outcomes is for the program. The objectives is also for the program. But the assessment is for the student. That is why the earlier rendition, which we approve, is saying that we should put these standards in the student manual. So I will want to support Honorable John Darko's proposal that the assessment of the law student shall be designed so as to give effect of the objectives and the intended learning outcomes of the program, because you cannot assess the program to give an outcome of the program. Yes. Remember, the assessment which leads to the standardization and accreditation is done by the council in collaboration with GTEC. But here we are looking at assessing the students. That is why we can't use just the law program for both. So here for 51.1, we can keep the law program. 51.2, we can change it to the law student. Then 51.3, we can change the first assessment of the law program to student, then keep the learning level and objectives of the law program. Because you are assessing the student, but the program leads to objectives which you want to achieve. I say so.
Once this is talking about a program and a student, and there is a mixed feeling that where in some places a program should be used and in some places students will be used, I may want to direct it to the drafters to use the appropriate terminology. So drafters, you are accordingly directed. I'll put a question on the entire clause 49. As many as are in favor of clause 49 as amended standing part of the bill, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 49 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 50.
Grading standards.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed subclause 1, delete and insert the following as advertised on page 19. I so move.
Our members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? All those in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee to clause 50 as in LXV, say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. LXVI, chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, amendment proposed subclause 3, delete and insert the following as advertised on page 19. I so move.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
I suggest to the chairman that it's not enough to go the way he's going, because we are dealing with different documents. So if you are referring to the proposed amendment, link it to the document and then read the new rendition in full so that we know the new rendition, because I'm sure that would offer members the opportunity.
I don't know why chairman persistently refused to
Yes, there's a
link
winner.
the two documents.
So read exactly, I mean, that is you want to do a fast track. No. Read.
Because the new renditions are contained in the winnowing committee document. So it's easy to link it up and read the new rendition.
Mr. Speaker, you earlier admonished that we move on.
Very well.
So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just following your directive. Now I'll come back to basics.
Speaker, let me be your counsel. The fact that you gave directive did not mean that he should do the wrong thing.
This will be very novel. The speaker will have a council whilst presiding. Whilst presiding, you have a council.
Mr. Speaker, I want to come to your aid. Mr. Speaker, you said we should move on, but you didn't tell him that he should do the wrong thing. That's the point I want him to know. So, Chairman, do the right thing.
Respected Minority Leader, I will. Mr. Speaker, I think that for 50, we are all on the same page. On page 19 of the order paper, as the 50, and then the original bill is the same 50. Then the winnowed bill has it as 53. 53 on the winnowed bill. Why? John.
No, it's 52. You are talking about 52.1. A university shall run a law program.
So you are done with your amendments, right?
No, he's not done.
He's done.
We are done with the amendments for 52.
Honorable members, the indication is that chairman is fasting and it's after 5.
So we should suspend.
So the vice chairman, you have to be very proactive.
50. We are finishing at 50. Okay, but just
But we've done more than 50 already.
Honorable,
yes.
Honorable members, what is happening here is that if you look at the new document by the winnowing committee, they are proposing a deletion, the beginning of the clause up to before shall, and they are inserting a university that runs a law program. Then at the end of the clause, they are adding assessments. So it reads, a university that runs a law program shall adopt in writing uniform grading standards that ensure accuracy, validity, reliability, and consistency in the evaluation of students' performance in assessment. Students' performance in assessment. So with this, I'll ask if any member has a further proposed amendment. All those in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, now to the entire clause 50.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So 50(2)(2), where it reads that where more than one law lecturer teaches a group of students, there shall be a reasonable and justifiable correlation among the grades awarded by the law lecturers to ensure fairness to the students. Mr. Speaker, I am a law teacher, and in some cases we teach different groups, and I believe that we shouldn't legislate this. I suggest instead of this particular provision, we state that where more than one law lecturer teaches a group of students, the lecturers shall set one set of questions for the students. That is my rendition, Mr. Speaker. I believe that stating that you have to have a correlation among the grades awarded by the law lecturers to ensure fairness will be two different lecturers marking scripts. How are you going to ensure fairness among the grades? But once there's one set of questions, then it means that obviously there will be fairness. One set of questions. One set of questions.
How do you relate that to clause 49 that we have taken? Setting a uniform standard and format for conduct of assessment. Because the assessment involves examination.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, if you read this well, you see that in the end, you are talking about assessment of the students. And you are saying that the lecturers should ensure a reasonable and justifiable correlation among the grades awarded by the various law lecturers. I mean,
which of the provision are you reading?
Mr. Speaker, I'm reading the 52(2) grading standards of the window document. So at best, we can delete that because you have different lecturers teaching and you legislate. You legislate that the grades should be similar.
Yeah, so what is the concern? Let's listen to his concern.
Okay.
To the two.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, my concern is that you are asking several lecturers. By this provision, you are asking several lecturers. You are saying that in awarding grades, okay, there shall be reasonable and justifiable correlation among the grades awarded by the various law lecturers to ensure fairness to the students. And I'm saying that would be very difficult. And so my proposal that instead of saying that there shall be a reasonable and justifiable correlation among the grades, you should rather ensure that there's one set of questions. So my proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, is that where more than one law lecturer teaches a group of students, the lecturers shall set one set of questions.
Wait, let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
So I have put my proposal there.
Yes. Let him finish. Yes.
So, Mr. Speaker,
this belongs to law society. You are not with us. We are with Bar, Ghana Bar.
So, Mr. Speaker, I so propose.
No, let's take the new rendition seriously. You have to move the renditions.
Yeah, so my rendition is that where more than one law lecturer teaches a group of students, the lecturer shall set one set of questions for the students.
There shall be a uniform set. There shall be a uniform.
Speaker, the meaning this provision is conveying, I see what is missing. This provision is saying that where several lecturers teach one course, it's one course, like conveyancing. Then you have Apenyo teaching. Hold on. Or let's say interpretation. The Honorable Apenyo Makin teaches interpretation of statutes. The Honorable John Laku teaches interpretation of deeds. Hold on, please allow me. Now, where you have to set exams, the provision is saying that you must work together, okay, so that when we are marking the scripts, you coordinate in such a way that there will be a relationship in the marks that you award. Hold on. Now, because the group of students could be subdivided into subgroups, like Group A, Group B, Group C, the same course, but because perhaps of numbers. So when you are setting the exams, you must synchronize it in such a way that in awarding the marks, one lecturer may not appear to be favorable to the group of students who came under his tutelage. That's what this provision is saying. So if you propose that amendment, it doesn't cure the problem. It doesn't remedy the situation.
Now, practically, let's look at what happened.
Yeah.
At the university, in a particular year. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, so I taught at UPSA, and I was teaching the graduate class. We were 3 different lecturers, all taking the business law program. So somebody doing MBA, MA, but taking the same program. Mr. Speaker, the same course. In the end, the understanding was that let's come together, the 3 of us should come together and set the questions, because it's the same, and then have the marking scheme. Now, this was not the case in the previous academic year, where my student complained that I taught them and then I was setting questions for the quizzes, then a different lecturer set and came to mark. So the complaints more or less got addressed through the new system that was introduced. Mr. Speaker, I think what the respected member for Swami is seeking to do is to bring certainty here. Because, Mr. Speaker, here, you are saying that where more than one law lecturer teaches a group of students. So, group of students, they are about 200. One lecturer taking 50, another taking 50. There shall be reasonable and justifiable correlation. What correlation? So you said your different question, I said my different question, and say, let us correlate. No, Mr. Speaker, this will become difficult to say that there shall be justified correlation among the grades awarded by the law lecturers.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with respect,
of course, we
have already said in 49 or 48 that there shall be a uniform standard of assessment. That's why you initially wanted
That's
him
why I
to
said let's
run.
link this up.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, this is very problematic. This particular rendition. Exactly. Yes, Mr. Speaker. This
So
thing.
the university lecturers, where
Mr.
you
Speaker,
have,
I'm not done.
you are not done.
Yes.
Okay.
So, Mr. Speaker, I am saying, Mr. Speaker, this is your parliamentarians here. They do a lot of part time. You know, it's only this year that I've not done part time. But, Mr. Speaker,
you
we
have
like
a certificate to do part time.
Mr. Speaker, this year, Mr. Speaker, I said it's only this year, Mr. Speaker. This year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this academic year, which started last year, Mr. Speaker, I will not disobey Parliament. I have always taught based on my clearance here. I only got my clearance last week, so I will attach and apply. But the previous years, I don't know of others those who have been doing galamsey. Even court, Mr. Speaker, even court. I've refused going to court. I don't sign any process in the firm because I want to wait for my certificate. Luckily for me, I got the certificate last week. So I can now go and teach. I can now go to the law firm. And I can now go to the court and practice. You know, which fees, Mr. Speaker? If a client has paid the fees to the law firm, I cannot benefit from it. I will pay tax. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this too is very problematic. We should go by what John Dako is saying. Otherwise, we defeat the principle of uniform standard of assessment. There will be chaos. This correlation they are talking about, I don't know how it can be achieved. And talking about a justifiable, what will be the test? What will be the test of that justification? So, if 2 different lecturers, 3 different lecturers are teaching the same course, the same course, there should be one set of questions. The lecturers should come together, as is done at UPSA, and ensure that they set the questions as for the marking scheme to be standard. But where different questions are being said, then Group A, you have different set of questions, and then somebody is using the same grading, there will be a problem. So, Mr. Speaker, Chairman should have a look at it and then accept what John is proposing.
Speaker, I think what is missing.
Let me hear Honorable Anyimedu Entry. I'll come to you.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I knew the insinuations were casting at his back. Mr. Speaker, the background to this. First of all the universities are autonomous. Now, the idea is that they should run law programs. And we would want what is happening at the University of Ghana to be consistent with what is happening at KNUST.
But I said this, and earlier it was overruled. That it's not possible.
Mr. Speaker, yes. We don't want the situation where some other lecturers, even one lecturer will be teaching in different schools. But because he might think that the students in the other school are not performing well, the standard of examination and whatnot may be lower than another university. And that should not be tolerated. We cannot get one set of questions for all the universities because every university, even if you are a lecturer and you are assessing different students, Mr. Speaker, yes, you will look at the standard, but you will set different questions. You will set different questions, but you have to make sure that the questions that you set must be at level with what you have done in. That's why it's talking about a lecturer that is doing more than several students in several schools. You have to make sure that you bring it to a level. Assessment would be done by the universities, and then assessment will be done of the universities to ascertain that they are all at level.
Honorable Nyimedu, I said this when we are looking at clause 49. But
Mr. Speaker, I was with you at clause 49.
Yes, the argument was that every university would have its standard, which I beg to differ. For the purposes of running the law course, they are supposed to have same standard and format. Not that University of Cape Coast will grade based on 80, University of Ghana will grade based on 70. But I was defeated.
Mr. Speaker, on 49, I don't know, you had already closed the curtain, and you said you referred it to the drafters.
Yes.
But I was with you on all fours when you said that we are rather talking about the assessment of programs and not the assessment of students. I perfectly agreed with you, because we should have a body that must be assessing the program. So if you cannot say it's not only students we are going to assess. We are going to assess students. We are going to assess the program as well. So where it is program, it is program. If it is students, it's students. Mr. Speaker, you'd read the curtain down on there. I don't know what the drafters will say.
Because you see,
but on this,
we should get the understanding of this bill very well. All the universities running the law program are going to be accredited. At the end of the day, the aim is that students that will qualify from that particular or the various universities are entering into a level of the professional law course. So the measurement is that the program that are being run in University of Cape Coast, the program that are being run in University of Ghana, the program being run by University of Development Studies, how are these programs being assessed so that students in one university will not be shortchanged as against students of another university? So they are talking about a standard format of assessing. So if you don't assess the program, how can you determine whether the program run by University of Science and Technology to qualify students to come to the professional practice training is the same standard that Legon is running? But you talk about assessment of student rather than assessment of the program. Advisedly, I refer it to the drafters. So we have crossed that particular level. So now there is an issue about 52, which reads, where more than one lecturer teaches a group of students, there shall be a reasonable and justifiable correlation among the grades awarded by the law lecturers to ensure fairness to students. They are not referring to students of a particular university. I don't understand this to mean students of a particular university. But they are talking about grading among the universities that are running the course will be taught by various lecturers. But in grading the students, that's why the clause is talking about grade. Grade is here. Where more than one law lecturers teaches a group of students, there shall be a reasonable and justifiable correlation among the grades. Yes. Well, let me hear
the Speaker.
Majority Chief Whip.
Okay. No, let him come in later. Because you are leader.
Apparently, you don't control that. I control that.
You are right. You are right.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. But in this case,
Yes, let me hear you.
Speaker, in all humility, Mr. Speaker, the introductory phrase, where more than one lecturer teaches a group of students, presupposes that it is a reference to a particular school, an institution, an accredited institution. Now, the implication, what is being implied here is that there may be two or more, or one or more lecturers teaching one course. Now, what is missing here, what is creating the problem is the one course. It should be one course. Now, the intent here is that this group of lecturers, in assessing the students at the end of their tutelage, should be able to have a certain correlation. But what is also creating the problem is the introduction of justifiable correlation. I think that adjective is misplaced, because we speak of a uniform standard. So the intent of this provision is to the effect that there must be an established uniform standard of assessing this group of students taught by these several lecturers in this particular program. So that, for instance, let me speak of advocacy. The Honorable John Daku teaches some part of advocacy. The Honorable Animedu teaches some part of that same program, same course. Then the Honorable Apenyo Makin also, Osahin also taught some part of the program. The intent of this provision is that when at the end of the program they want to assess the students, there must be a certain standard way of ensuring that when they set the exams and they are marking the students, they will not apply different standards in the award. So that there will be the exams will be set, marking scheme will be provided, and just one of them can just sit down and mark and award or have a uniform way of assessing them. That is the intent. So what is missing here is one course. Mr. Speaker, if your rendition is what it is, then the entire drafting will have to be redone. So in applying your rendition, it means taught, for instance.
So in a scenario that we have narrated,
yes.
Would the students be writing one and the same examination?
Yes, they'll be writing one and the same exams.
Okay. So once they are writing one and the same examination,
yes,
you are only talking about grading.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
This has nothing to do with setting of questions, because whether the questions are set by one of the lecturers or all the lecturers,
yes,
that is the exams that all the students are going to write in different groups.
Yes.
They are going to write.
Yes.
But it is not possible that you have only one lecturer that will be marking all the scripts.
Speaker, it's possible. It's possible that the three of them can get to set the exams questions. It is published. It is administered. There's a marking scheme. Perhaps Senior Animedu is the one who have the time to sit.
But I don't think that is what they are talking about, because if it is one lecturer,
yes,
that is going to mark,
yes,
the examination, yes, they cannot be talking about reasonable correlation.
Yes, that
because
is why
it's one and the same person,
Speaker,
who is marking. So if one and the same person is marking, who is he going to do that reasonable correlation with?
With the one or more lecturers. With the one lecturer.
But he is the only one marking. But he is the only one marking.
No.
He's the only person marking. So this particular provision is envisaging a situation where it may not be one person marking. So in grading, there must be a correlation between a grade that will be given by John Dako, a grade that will be given by Osahi, a grade that will be given by Kinsley Nyako, and a grade that will be given by Anyimedu.
Yes, but it has to be in the
they
same
are
course.
marking the same
course.
scheme.
The same
so
course.
That should be, yes, that
Yes,
should
the
be a
same
correlation.
course. Yes, the same
So
course.
that is what I am understanding this to mean.
Yes, so it is
Since
not in-
we agree
So
that
it's
the
not in
examination
different-
questions will be one and the same.
Yes, so it's not in different schools, but in the same school, the same course. So you may have to direct that they have been stood down and that we tidy it up.
Yes, let me hear from the chairman of the committee. I'll come to the ranking member, then I'll come to you. Then we can draw
Mr.
the
Speaker.
curtains down. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, from the arguments my colleagues have all raised, they seem to be zooming on the fact that it is more than one lecturer teaching one course. This clause goes beyond that. It did not mention one course or one subject. It says, where more than one law lecturer teaches a group of students. That's where it ends. You see, that subject could vary. So, my good self, John, and Senior Kwame could be teaching one group of people different courses or different subjects. That's the other aspect of it. So, listen, the intent of this is to say that when three of us, because we're talking about standards, when three of us are teaching a group of people, whether you're teaching maths, he is teaching English, and he is teaching chemistry, there has to be a certain correlation. Your grading should not be high up and mine should be lower. That is the intent of this. So it does not restrict us to one course. What I'm just saying that this clause did not say that when three of us are teaching the same group of people the same course, but it says when more than one law lecturer teaches a group of students. The speaker ended there and interpret it. Those three, it did not say that when more than one lecturer is teaching interpretation, for instance. But more than one lecturer can be teaching interpretation, family law, or whatever. And so it says that in grading, because you are teaching the same group of people, in grading, it should be so correlated that there shouldn't be any huge variance in terms of the grading. Per the standards that was set in the previous clause. So please, let's not read this to mean that two or more lecturers are teaching the same course or subject.
So you cannot say 90 is A and somebody say 80 is A.
And so it could be
80,
different subjects, but the fact that you're teaching the same group of people, the grading and variation should not be so much.
So even if you look at the three says a university that runs a law program shall ensure consistency.
That's right.
In the application of the written grading standard.
Yes.
By the law lecturers of the law program.
Yes. It does not mean one particular course.
Here with respect. Then if you have this provision, then the three is not necessary. Then the three should be deleted because you see your interpretation, your interpretation you are giving to two is so absurd. You are saying that you have different lecturers teaching different courses, right? So you have somebody teaching tort, somebody teaching contract, or let's do law school. Somebody teaching interpretation, advocacy, and conveyancing. The grades should be the same or similar. You should coordinate it. There be different lecturers teaching the different courses. You cannot say that there has to be some correlation among the grades. No. If the students are not doing well in conveyancing and they are failing, that's it. You understand? If you teach law, you know that you can have in one class, students may pass, in another class, there will be a complete failure. And it happens. So how do you correlate that? So your interpretation is so absurd, I don't even want you to bring it. This one, what it's trying to say is that 2 or more different lecturers teaching the same course, say conveyancing. And because you may have, my understanding, because you may have group A, B, or C, you have to ensure that the grades given to these students in these different groups should coordinate. My point is that this is going to be a very difficult thing to do. Different lecturers marking a script. If you set a standard by way of same question, same marking scheme, then you get what you're looking for. But you cannot legislate that you should coordinate the grades. I mean, that would be...
You see, I even think if the 3 comes before 2, it makes it clearer. Because the 3 is saying that the university that runs a law program shall ensure consistency in the application of the written grading standards by the law lecturers of the law program. So it means that there must be some consistency in the standard. So it means there is a grading standard. So that grading standard, if you are going to mark some students, I'm also going to mark some students, there must be some correlation. Correlation in the sense that sometimes they may set the standard, but based on the examination outcomes, certain things happen. The lecturers, they know. You understand? So in doing all those things, there must be some correlation. Our members, I think we'll have to defer clause 50 in view of the fact that today is Friday.
Speaker, let me draw attention to clause 3. Even the written grading standards is nebulous. There's nothing like written grading standards. We have grading standards. So the adjective written to qualify grading standard in itself should go. But I agree with you that we may as well delete 2 and make it 51, 52, so that the 3 becomes 2. If it stays like that, it conveys every meaning under the sun. That it conveys every meaning under the sun.
With all due respect, we defer the consideration of clause 50. We have sat beyond 5 hours. I will then proceed to have the House adjourned. Accordingly, the House is adjourned till Tuesday, 24 February 2026 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. House accordingly adjourned.